Yo, people together, and then you leave, and then we're hanging out with some fucking guy, and we're like, oh, so like, what's up, man? He's like, no, like, Brian's really cool. I've been listening to the podcast for a while. We're like, oh, you're not like friends with him? He's like, no, isn't this cool? And we're like, well, you're a random fucking guy. He's trying to start like a random guy. Hold on, random guy, come on over. He asked me. Brian comes with this. Brian goes, you met him before? You know him? I'm like, yeah, how do I know you? He's like, come on, dude. 10 years ago, I came to the gym. We took a picture. That's right. Hey, well, fuck me. Of course I remember. I'm never going to remember. You showed me this one. Dude, that's right. Brian goes, come on, man. You met him. I get these texts on my phone where it's happy birthday, bro. I'm like, thanks. I must have given you my number. We were in Dallas, and a guy came up and liked horses, so Brian gave him his phone number. He made saddles. Sure, doesn't matter. You're famous. You can't just be like, hey, you make saddles. Here's some money. Find out where I live. I'm thinking about that for a best episode. That's all. It wasn't a saddle. It wasn't a. Because we also don't know that he made saddles. He said he made saddles. He's like a broker who doesn't make them. It's called wasteland. It turns him on wasted time. Yeah, that's what it is. I go back in my past, and if anybody's listening who's young, don't be this. Don't go back in your past and go, I would have saved a lot of money, time, and angst time if I had been way more deciphered. Way more like, no, like that was Roman's thing. No. You don't really want to choose diametrically. He's like, I used to be really bad, but I look back at it, it's still very great. Right, so Roman's like, and now kids in my family keep me pretty on the straight and narrow. I don't really hang with anybody, but when I was younger, you're still invited to randoms. Not so much, not really. I mean, not really, but I used to. So you're a space cadet. Remember, we're gonna film that video in your car, and then you have your home address in giant writing in the background. And you were like, not a good idea. Yeah. Although we're looking into Brian's house, he's like, fucking dude, right? Let's make it the snow and yeah, in and out. He's like moved to Austin. He lives in fucking Dallas. He's so good. He's trying to kill him. Yeah. It's like try to get the Brian. Yeah. See if you can survive it. Yeah, he needs to sell the house. Yeah. If the stalker wanted to find you, he'd give up so fast. Yeah, I mean, but he does on your spot. Because there's nobody out there. There's nobody inside to protect him. Well, Brian's been working on his wrestling. And my boxing since I had known him. He's never done that. Seriously. No, I enjoy the man. Hey, but after 13 years, I enjoy it. But after 13 years, you've never improved. And at some point, you want to talk about wasting time? There you go. Oh, you know what it is? It's reality Wednesday. You know what? You want to talk about wasting time?
So sluts. They're coughing to follow, blowing coffee to follow sluts, everything sluts. Alright, and I just say that because I'm kidding, but it's like, alright, so, an honest rabbi, as I am, to the best of my knowledge, would say before starting anything. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim. But this is the Mazor we live by. This is the Mazor I fucking live by. You do whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't know. I really don't. Really? As long as you marry Jewishly and you're obviously Jewish, I don't really give a fuck. But if you don't do that, there's the door. Really? Get the fuck. Really? Then it's not a religion. Then it's just some bullshit in the fucking map. Alright. Are you done? Hey, bullshit on a fucking map. Are you done? How many days has it been? Well, it's like 293 days it took me out the 34 days. Dude, 34 was my basketball number. Really? Yeah, I'll never forget when I got this number. It was like the saddest sports day, the second saddest sports day of my entire life at that point. I was 10 years old, something like that. Moving on 11, and coach, best basketball coach ever. Really, yeah, it's amazing. Um, Comes in with this box, puts it on the ground, opens it, and the jerseys didn't have names or anything on them. Nothing fancy. These were the feeling of these jerseys was like hard. It wasn't. It was like a hard elastic material. This shit almost felt like seatbelt material. It was so hard. Anyway, which is an important thing. Seatbelt material keeps people safe. It's hard to tear. It'd be interesting for public. But anyway, and I got this jersey, and my friend, the coach's son, gets 23 because that's my coach. Would you want a 23? I'd wear whatever, but I wanted something cool. And I get this jersey. All my friends, they got all their other numbers. I don't remember anybody else's numbers. But I go and I get this 34. And I'm like, oh, tight. Who in the NBA wears 34? My friends are like, um, they're thinking about it. And they're like, oh, Magic Johnson. And I'm like, oh, tight. I'm like Magic Johnson. And they're like, no, he wears 32. And I'm like, oh, okay. And somebody else is like, oh, Larry Bird. I'm like, oh, tight. I'm like Larry Bird. And like, no, he wears 33. Oh. And I want to say at the time, Shaq wore 32. And they're like, oh, I think Shaq wears 32. And I was like, oh, tight. I'm like, Shaq. They're like, no, I apologize. I think Shaq wears 34. I'm like, oh, tight. I'm like, Shaq. No, he wears 32. I'm like, well, who the fuck wears 34? I guess Charles Barkley wore 34. But I'll tell you what, kids. I am really about statistics. And in this league, I didn't have the most points. I didn't have the most rebounds. I didn't have the most blocks. But I fucking had the most steals. And I had this thing. I had a move. I could just tell timing and like body movement on people. I could read them extremely well. And the guy would throw the ball, and I fucking would dart for this ball and steal it a lot of the time. And I would have a clear breakaway, but then I had to make the shot. I had like 50% layup. It was like I kind of get nervous, trying to uh uh uh. But man, I fucking had so many steals. I had the most steals in the league. Really? Yeah. Even better than the best kids. I had more steals than anybody. And I remember talking to this other friend of mine who was on a different team, and he was arguably considered the best player in that league. He played Division One for other schools. He's like very good, very good player. And I stole the ball from him one time. And I remember he was so fucking fast. I fucking steal this ball, run down court, and he was like, he got back there. But I believe I scored. I mean, let's say I always scored, but um, I had more fucking steals in that league than anybody. And I had fucking glasses. Sometimes somebody would slap my face, my glasses would flying across the fucking court. They had to stop the game. And nobody step on Rabbi's glasses. I had to go fucking looking around for glasses, put these bitches back on. And they weren't like Horace Grant. Like your parents thought you were going to be a serious basketball player if you had the Horace Grants. Not mine. I'm out there with the Bill Gateses. Oh, it was terrible. Anyway, what else do you remember about the basketball? Well, did you learn a lot from team sports? Yeah. I mean, you hear how much I talk about sports, and team sports are really important. Individual sports are really important. Athleticism is important. Being sexy and emotional is important. All right, so are you in a good mood? I'm in a good mood. I was up really late, like really late, 5 in the morning, maybe later, and I wake at fucking noon. Just such a piece of shit. All right, so we're looking for um, we. What are we gonna do? Are you gonna try to do this, bitch? I like how it starts on page two. Well, whatever. What are you doing? Isn't it Yiddish time? Dog, fucking shit. No, not what I wanted to do. Gotta take a shit. Oh, no, dude, if your app sucks, like there are very few things on which I can critique anybody, but your app is like definitely one of them. All right, 8 minute talk. You gonna get into this bitch, dude? This would be a lot. If we read it on 2 times speed though, ah, area code 972, scam. Give me subtitles. No subtitles? Dog, if it doesn't have subtitles, Are you really doing this? This is a big point in your life. You got this asshole there, you got that asshole there, and then you got this asshole here. Bots. 972, it's a scam. Alright, Look at switch dollars. Let's go for it. Is it market? Yeah. Alright. I don't know if we're gonna be doing that because I have no understanding. I really like to dig into it like this as well. Alright. Charles Barkley's gonna say, "What the fuck is wrong with being number 34?" And I'll be like, "No, you're one of the best defensive players of all time, and a hilarious trash talker." So I mean, that's cool. But it's just like because I'm like Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, or Shaquille O'Neal, he'd be like, "Fuck Shaquille O'Neal." Anyway, um, he did it. Really? No, he did. Charles Barkley, Sir Charles Barkley. Anyway, but he was always kind of like the bad guy. Really? Like, what makes me the bad guy? I'd be like the NBA did. Talk to David Stern, dog. Anyway, but when he was with the Phoenix Suns, and they had that motherfucker named motherfucker, shoot, he was like a motherfucker in NBA Jam. Um, see, not only did we learn Doc, but we learned NBA Jam trivia. But Charles Barkley's not in the original. That's right. It's he had Shut Up and Jam, which was a tight game. Yeah, that game was tight. Really? Yeah, I think that's how I learned about Watts. Really? Yeah, I was at my friend's house. And we were playing, and he's like, where do you want to play? I'm like, we'll play. Like, one of the places you can play was Watts. And it's like, oh, motherfucker, that's got to be the, the most dangerous place in the world. Really? Yeah, dog. Dan, man, Dan, Dan Marley. That motherfucker was good. I remember everybody was good. They think Price, Dan Marley. Why? Because those are more points. I don't know why everybody doesn't understand it. Steph Curry's like the only guy who understands basketball. It's worth three. Why wouldn't you go for it? It's worth more. Anyway, all right, Yiddish time, kids. Why? Why not? Everything sucks. Oh, but what did we learn yesterday? Some bullshit. The other day was mishmash. Yesterday was what? Some bullshit. All right, Achamakai. That's after rather. Fuck you. Kalavai. That's when you want to get fucked. If only. Yiddish top. Jewish head. Yantas and the fetish of mine. Talk of a bitch. Talk less brass tacks, motherfucker. Nosh needs to eat like I nosh pussy. Actually, I devour that shit, but anyway. Nosh needs to snack. Basher, that's the soulmate. Uh, and then Bashirta is a female soulmate. And Bashirta is a male soulmate. Mishmash, mishmash, mishmash. I'm mistaken of that. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, a bunch of shit. Bupkis means beans. It means like nothing. Nonsense. Nothing. Alright, good yontif. Oh, this one's easy. Whoa. Alright, what's good yontif? This is Yiddish English traditionally extended by Ashkenazi Jews before during the holiday. I understand the unique development of the phrase, which has been influenced by three languages. We must start in the beginning. In biblical Hebrew, a holiday is known as a chag. In later years, this term was joined by Yom Tov, which literally means good day. Among Yiddish-speaking Jews, this was often contracted into something sounding more like Yontif. And when one wanted to wish his fellow a good Yom Tov, they would say good Yontif. which was contracted into Rothschild'S. As Yiddish speakers poured into the U.S. at the end of the 19th and start of the 20th centuries, the Yontif was anglicized and Britannic. Um, now what? Because everything sucks. Alright, we've got to go to Kabbalah now. Pib Kabbalah. Pib Kabbalah Chronicles. Kabbalah and Trophy. Alright, do you think anybody's gonna ever watch this? Nobody watches this asshole. Who's gonna watch mine? Alright. Well, that's cool though. He doesn't talk about looking at it. Like, alright, now learning out of school.
Oriental Kabbalah is a school of Kabbalah named after Isaac Luria, 1534-1572, the Jewish rabbi who developed it. Oriental Kabbalah gave a seminal new account of Kabbalistic thought that its followers synthesized with and read it to the earlier Kabbalah of the Zohar that had disseminated in medieval circles. Oriental Kabbalah describes new doctrines of the origins of creation and the concepts of Aleph HaTu'um, Hebrew, the world of total chaos, and Aleph HaTikkun, Hebrew, the world of tikkun rectification, which represent two archetypal spiritual states of being and consciousness. These concepts derive from Isaac Luria's interpretation of the mythical speculations on references in the Zohar. The main popularizer of Luria's ideas was Rabbi Hayai ben Joseph Leib of Calabria, who claimed to be the official interpreter of the Lurianic system, though some disputed his claim. Together, the compiled teachings written by Luria's school after his death are metaphorically called Kitbayari writings of the Ari, though they differed on some core interpretations in the early generations. Previous interpretations of the Zohar have culminated in a rationally influenced scheme of Moses ben Jacob Cordovero and Say. Immediately before Luria's arrival, both Cordovero's and Luria's systems gave Kabbalah a theological systemization to rival the earlier evidence of medieval Jewish philosophy. Under the influence of the mystical Renaissance in 16th century Say, Lurianism became the near universal mainstream Jewish theology in the early modern era, both in scholarly circles and in the popular imagination. The Lurianic scheme, read by its followers as harmonious with, and successively bore advancement in Cordoverian, mostly displaced it, becoming the foundation of subsequent developments in Jewish mysticism. After the Ari, the Zohar was interpreted in Lurianic terms, and later esoteric Kabbalists expanded mystical theory within the Lurianic system. The later Hasidic and Menactic movements diverged over inclinations of Lurianic Kabbalah and in social role and popular mysticism. The Sabbatean mystical tradition draws a divine source from Lurianic messianism, but had a different understanding of the Kabbalistic interdependence of mysticism with the lack of Jewish observance. Lurianic thought. Where the Messianic aim remained only peripheral in the linear scheme of Cordovero, the more comprehensive theoretical scheme and meditative practices of Lurian explain Messianism as its central dynamic, incorporating the full diversity of previous Kabbalistic concepts as outcomes of its processes. Lurian conceptualizes the spiritual world through their interdimension of divine exile and redemption. The Lurianic mythos brought deeper Kabbalistic notions to the fore: the Odyssey, primordial origin of evil, and exile in the Shekinah, divine presence, eschatological redemption, the cosmic role of each individual in the historical affairs of Israel, symbolism of sexuality and the supernal divine manifestations, and the unconscious dynamics in the soul. Lurian gave esoteric theosophical articulations to the most fundamental and theologically daring questions of existence. Kabbalist views. Religious Kabbalists see the deeper comprehensiveness of Lurianic theory being due to its description and exploration of aspects of divinity, rooted in the Ein Sof, that transcend the revealing, rationally apprehended mysticism described by Cordovero. The system of medieval Kabbalah becomes incorporated as part of its wider dynamic, where Cordovero described the Sefer, divine attributes, and the four spiritual realms, preceded by that of Yadman, unfolding sequentially out of the Ein Sof. Lurian wrote the supranational origin of these five worlds within the infinite. This revealed new doctrines of primordial tzimtzum, contraction in the Sheker, shattering the reconfiguration of the Sefer. In Kabbalah, when preceded more deeply in origins, is also reflected within the inner dimensions of subsequent creation, so that Lurian was able to explain messianism, divine aspects, and reincarnation, Kabbalistic beliefs that remained on systems before him. Cordovero and medieval attempts at Kabbalistic systemization, influenced by medieval Jewish philosophy, approached Kabbalistic theory through the rationally conceived paradigm of Ishtalshma, sequential evolution of spiritual levels between the infinite and the finite, the vessel's external frames of each spiritual world. Lurian systemizes Kabbalah as a dynamic process of election, inclusion of higher souls within lower vessels, the inner soul dimensions of each spiritual world. This sees interdimensions within any level of creation, whose origin transcends the level in which they are implied. The spiritual paradigm of creation is transformed into a dynamical interactional process in divinity. Divine manifestations include within each other, and are subject to exile and redemption. The concept of election, inclusion, implies a radical shift of focus in considering the nature of creation. According to this perspective, the chief dynamic of creation is not evolutionary, but rather interactional. Higher strata of reality are constantly enclosing themselves within lower strata, like the soul within a body, thereby infusing every element of creation with an inner force that transcends its own position within the universal hierarchy. Election is very much biological dynamic, accounting for the life force which resides within creation. Ishtalshma, on the other hand, is a physical one, concerned with the condensed energy of matter. by Moshe Cordovero, Joseph A. Rabbi Isaac Maria, a Kabbalistic study of popular Golden Jewish students, to some extent competing for attention with Talmudic study, while also capturing the hope and compelling imagination. Shamanism emerged in this atmosphere, coupled with the impressions of exile, alongside genuine traditional mystic circles. Realizing glorious name emphasized the democratic role of every person in redeeming the fallen sparks of holiness, allocating the Messiah only a conclusive arrival in the process. Shabbatae's prophet Nathan of Gaza interpreted his messianic role as biblically reclaiming those sparks lost in impurity. Now faith in his messianic role, after he apostasies to Islam, became necessary, as well as faith in his antinomian actions. Jacob Frank claimed to be a reincarnation of Shabbatae's Abi, sent to reclaim sparks through the most anarchist actions of his followers, claiming the breaking of the Torah in his emerged messianic era was now its fulfillment, the opposite of the messianic necessity of the Latin devotion by Maria and the Kabbalists. Instead, for the elite 16th century Kabbalists of Saint after the expulsion from Spain, they sensed a personal national responsibility, expressed through their mystical renaissance, ascetic strictures, devoted brotherhood, and close adherence to normative Jewish practice. Influence on ritual practice and prayer meditation. Oriental Kabbalah remained the leading school of mysticism in Judaism, and is an important influence on Hasidism and Sephardic Kabbalists. In fact, only a minority of today's Jewish mystics belong to other branches of thought inspiring mysticism. Some Jewish Kabbalists have said that the followers of Shabbatae's Abi strongly avoided teachings of Oriental Kabbalah because his system disproved their notions. On the other hand, the Shabbatans did use the Oriental concepts of sparks trapped in impurity and pure souls being mixed with the impure to justify some of their antinomian actions. Uriah introduced his mystic system into religious observance. Every commandment had a particular mystic meaning. The Shabbat with all its ceremonies was looked upon as the embodiment of the divinity in temporal life, and every ceremony performed on that day was considered to have an influence upon the superior world. Every word and syllable of the prescribed prayers contained hidden names of God upon which one should meditate devoutly when reciting. Mystic ceremonies were ordained and codified under the name of Shulchan Aruch, the code of law of the Ari. In addition, one of the few writings of Uriah himself comprises 3 Sabbath table hymns with mystical allusions. From the third meal's hymn, "Ye princes of the palace, who yearn to behold the splendor of Sarah and be present at this meal in which the king lays his every salt, rejoice in this gathering together with the angels and all supernal beings rejoice now, at this most propitious time, when there is no sadness. I hereby invite the ancient of days at this auspicious time, and impurity will be utterly removed." In keeping with the custom of engaging in all-night Torah study on the festival of Shavuot, Isaac Murray arranged a special service for the night vigil of Shavuot, the Tikkun Leil Shavuot, rectification for Shavuot night. It is commonly recited in synagogue, when Kaddish and the Tikkun is studied in an unknown 10. Afterwards, Hasidim immerse in a mikveh before dawn. Modern Jewish spirituality of dissenting views. Rabbi Murray's ideas enjoy wide recognition among Jews today, Orthodox as well as Reform. Reconstructionists and members of other Jewish groups frequently acknowledge a moral obligation to repair the world. Tikkun olam. This idea draws upon Murray's teaching that shards of divinity remain contained in thought, material creation, and that ritual and ethical deeds by the righteous help to release this energy. The mystical theology of the Ari does not exercise the same level of influence everywhere. However, communities where Murray's thought holds less sway include many German and modern Orthodox communities, groups carrying forward Spanish and Portuguese traditions, a sizable segment of the Lottie Yemenite Jews, Saint Ordain, and other groups that follow a formal Torah Judaism based more on classical authorities like Maimonides and the Geonim. Its rationalist project, the 19th century Oscala movement and the critical study of Judaism dismissed Kabbalah. In the 20th century, Gershom Scholem initiated the academic study of Jewish mysticism, utilizing historical methodology, but reacting against what he saw as its exclusively rationalist dogma. Rather, he identified Jewish mysticism as the vital undercurrent of Jewish thought, periodically renewing Judaism with mystical or messianic impetus. The 20th century academic respect of Kabbalah, as well as wider interest in spirituality, bolstered renewed Kabbalistic interest from non-Orthodox Jewish denominations in the 20th century. This is often expressed through the form of Hasidic incorporation of Kabbalah, embodied in neo-Hasidism and Jewish reform. Contemporary traditional Orientalism. Study of the Kidvei Hari, writings of Isaac Murray's disciples continues mostly today among traditional form Kabbalistic circles and in sections of the Hasidic movement. The Qumran Mizrahim, Oriental Sephardi Kabbalists, following the tradition of Chaim Bible and the mystical legacy of the Rashash, 1720-1777, considered by Kabbalists to be the reincarnation of the Ari, see themselves as direct heirs to it in continuity with Murray's teachings and meditative scheme. Both sides of the Hasidic Menactic schism from the 18th century, upheld the theological worldview of Murray and Kabbalah. It is a misconception to see the rabbinic opposition to Hasidic Judaism, at least in its formative origin, as deriving from adherence to rationalist medieval Jewish philosophical method. The leader of the rabbinic Menactic opposition to the mystical Hasidic revival, the Vilna Gaon, 1720-1797, was intimately involved in Kabbalah, following Murraytic theory, and produced Kabbalistically focused writing himself. When criticizing medieval Jewish rationalism, his disciple, Chaim Volozhin, the main theoretician of Menactic Judaism, differed from Hasidism over practical interpretation of the Murraytic Tzimtzum. For all intents, Menactic Judaism followed the transcendent stress in Tzimtzum, while Hasidism stressed the immanence of God. This theoretical difference led Hasidism to popular mystical focus beyond the latest restrictions, while it underpinned the Menactic focus on Talmudic, non-mystical Judaism for all but the elite, with a new theoretical emphasis on Talmudic Torah study in the Lithuanian Mashiach movement. The largest scale Jewish development based on Murraytic teaching was Hasidism, who had adapted Kabbalah to its own thought. Joseph Deb described the Hasidic Menactic schism as a battle between two conceptions of Murraytic Kabbalah. Menactic elite Kabbalah was essentially loyal to Murraytic teaching and practice, while Hasidism introduced new popularized ideas, such as the centrality of divine immanence and to all Jewish activity, and the social mystical role of ecstatic Hasidic leadership. Literal and non-literal interpretations of the Tzimtzum. In the decades after Murray and in the early 18th century, different opinions formed among Kabbalists over the meaning of Tzimtzum, the divine self-withdrawal. Should it be taken literally or symbolically? Emmanuel Ivergy, Yasha Lebat, 1736-7, to Tzimtzum literally, by Joseph Fergus, Shomer Yehudi, 1736, and Abraham American held that Tzimtzum was to be understood metaphorically. Hasidic and Menactic views of the Tzimtzum. The issue of the Tzimtzum underpinned the new, public popularization of mysticism embodied in 18th century Hasidism. Its central doctrine of almost pantheistic divine immanence, shaping daily fervor, emphasized the most non-literal stress of the Tzimtzum. The systematic articulation of this Hasidic approach by Shner Zalman and Piety in the second section of Tanya outlines a holistic illusionism of creation from the upper divine unity perspective. To Shner Zalman, the Tzimtzum only affected apparent concealment of the Ein Sof, and the Ein Sof, actually remain omnipresent. This world
Dude, I just learned something. Don't always forget about free will. I think that's a misnomer. I don't know. It's really about knowing. Is it? Whatever you mentioned. Dude, I can't believe there's a disco. Quit with that bullshit. No, just quit with that bullshit. Dog, why does this guy? Everybody's born and dies. This motherfucker gets descended to earth and ascended to heaven. And traditional. Intermarriage. It's like possession doesn't really what is divine.
AI met Joseph Bible, April, St. October 29, 1542. Julian calendar, October 11, 1542. Gregorian calendar, Damascus, April, 21, 16, 21. A rabbi and saint and the foremost disciple of Isaac Maria. He recorded much of his master's teachings. After Bibles' death, his writings began to spread and led to a powerful impact on various circles throughout the Jewish world. Early life. Born in St. As a young boy, AI Bible was educated by the scholar Rothschild'S. Joseph Cairo is said to have paid special attention to Bible's early talents and in 1557 requested that Alshich take special care in his education as he was destined to succeed as teacher in the Roman Torah study. That same year, Bible first became acquainted with the Kabbalist Isaac Maria, who had a lasting influence on him. Bible apparently married at a young age. It was an unhappy marriage, and when he left his wife, the prophet Elisha appeared to him in a dream and led him to a beautiful garden, where he saw the pious of all ages, in the form of birds, flying through the garden and studying the Mishnah. In the center of the garden was God seated on a throne that was surrounded by the pious, resting on elaborate tapestries. Convinced by this vision that he was destined to become a Kabbalist, Bible devoted the following 2.5 years to the study of alchemy. Upon completing his studies, Elisha appeared to him again in a vision and told him that he would succeed in his efforts and write a commentary on his Zohar. Study before the Pharaoh. When Maria arrived in St. Moses met Jacob Cordovero, had been a principal figure in the Kabbalistic community for numerous years. Cordovero was the teacher of what appears to have been a relatively loose-knit circle of disciples. The most important early Ahmadinas, Abraham ben Mordecai Galante, Moses Galante, Haggai Bible, Abraham ben Eliezer Halevi, Elazar ben Moshe Azari, Samuel Gallico, and an important Kabbalist who studied with Cordovero Parashir in the 1560s, Mordecai Dado. Evidence suggests that Isaac Maria also regarded Moses Cordovero as his teacher. Joseph ben Isaac Samari, 1640-1703, an Egyptian chronicler, testified that Cordovero was the Ari's teacher for a very short time. Maria probably arrived in early 1570, and Cordovero died on June 27th that year, the 23rd day of Tammuz. He went to their most prominent authority and teacher, the Kabbalists looked for new guidance, and Isaac Maria helped fill the vacuum left by Cordovero's passing. Student of Isaac Maria. In 1570, Bible became a student of Isaac Maria, the foremost Kabbalist of the day, in the study of learning and mysticism. Lawrence Vine writes. Bible provides us with the names of 38 individuals who, according to him, made up Maria's discipleship. According to him, the fellowship was divided into 4 hierarchically ordered groups. The first and most important was composed of 11 men, listed in this order: Haggai Bible, Jonathan Sachs, Joseph Marson, Isaac Cohen, Genevieve Levi, Samuel Yuseda, Judah Visser, Abraham Gabriel, Shabbatai Menashe, Joseph Ibn Tebel, and Elijah Blanco, or Walker. It is broadly accepted that Haggai Bible emerged as the leading student within a year, so when Maria died in 1572 at the age of 38, Bible succeeded him. Since Maria had left almost none of his teachings in writing, Bible began to write down everything he had learned from his master. Exile and return. Haggai Bible arrived in Egypt in 1577 and soon returned to Ottoman Syria, settling in the village of Einzina, near Say, and later in Jerusalem. After that, he went to live in Damascus, where he began writing his first work. Most of the book consists of an exposition on the conjuring of clouds and a discourse on the classical planets, the 7 heavens, and the corresponding metals. Upon completing his book, Bible returned to Jerusalem, where his former teacher, Moshe Alshich, ordained him in the 1590s. After a time, however, Bible left Jerusalem for Say, where he fell sick and was bedridden for an entire year. He also authored Shar HaJiluim, a Kabbalistic work on reincarnation, which became one of the Shemoneh Esrei main games. That's Haggai. During this illness, Joshua ben Nun, his closest follower, who had accompanied Bible on nearly every journey, managed to bribe Bible's younger brother, Moshe, with 50 gold coins to lend him Bible's writings, which were kept locked in a box. Moshe accordingly brought Joshua a large part of the manuscripts, and 100 copyists were immediately engaged and given 6 pages each. In just 3 days, they reproduced 600 pages, although according to some reports, Bible, upon learning of this, claimed that the papers which has been copied were not his writings. They were rapidly disseminated. The writings in question purported to contain the teachings of Maria rather than Bible's independent work. The first printed edition was in 8 volumes, known as the Shemoneh Esrei, and some Kabbalists still use this version in the Sephardi world. The best known recension was published later under the title That's Haggai, Tree of Life, in which the topics were arranged in a more systematic order, and the parts on ritual, the periods Haggai, were kept separate from the parts on the underlying theology. In addition to the tribute to Maria, the work contains the assertion that it is one of God's greatest pleasures to witness the promotion of the teaching of the Kabbalists as visible and assure the coming of the Messiah. However, Bible still highly esteemed the teachings of his former teacher, Kabbalist Moses Cordovero. He maintained that Cordovero often appeared to him in dreams. One of Bible's most prominent opponents was Menachem Lanzano, who publicly denounced him and his work in Heaven. Later life and death. On 1590, Bible received rabbinical ordination from his teacher Moshe Alshich. 4 years later, in 1594, he settled permanently in Damascus, where he lectured every evening on the Kabbalah. In 1604, Bible's sight began to fail. In 1620, he died when preparing to return to Spain. He was 77 years old when he died and was buried in a Jewish cemetery in Damascus. On April 26, 2025, Bible's grave was dug up and desecrated by vandals.
No way. That's really sad.
Menachem ben Judah ben Menachem Lanzano, Hebrew, often Menachem Lanzano, was a rabbi, Masoretic scholar, lexicographer, and poet. He died after 1608 in Jerusalem. Biography. His origin is unknown, but it has been supposed that he was born in Italy. According to Jonah, who identified Lanzano with Londono, the seaport of Pisidia, his home was Greece. It may, however, have been Longiono, not far from Cesena, whose Latin name is Lanzano. In early childhood, Lanzano lost both his father and mother, and throughout his entire life he was haunted by poverty, fear, and sickness. In his youth he went to Jerusalem and died there, but in consequence of the treachery of one of his friends, Genevieve Ordinero, he was compelled to leave the city. He went to Constantinople, where he enjoyed the hospitality of a certain Solomon. There also he met Samuel Tibertina, whom he calls teacher, and under whom he studied for some time. From Constantinople he returned to Jerusalem. He was compelled to travel continually to earn his bread. In old age, again driven by poverty, he returned to Italy, having spent altogether about 40 years of his life in Jerusalem. Though paralyzed in both feet and
earn his bread. I've never heard it like that in academics.
Preached twice in an Italian synagogue and gave the community cause to marvel at his unusual knowledge of midrashic literature. A fund was raised by the congregation to support him and to enable him to return to Jerusalem. Then a petition was sent to a wealthy man asking him for a generous contribution. This letter, or time, number 12, has been published by David Kaufman. Gonzalo died at the outskirts of Jerusalem and was very fair. Gonzalo had three children. The son, Adonica, died at an early age. He was the father-in-law of the historian David Conform. Gonzalo in Florence, 1716, author of a response mentioned in Shemashina may be one of his descendants. Maps. Gonzalo's first work, composed and written in his youth, probably in Constantinople about 1572, contains Garangaia, a choral poem of 315 verses, Hizmet of Yubashah, hymns and prayers, and Abbot of Midash, a poetical description of the daily sacrifice in the temple. He wrote commentaries to most of his poems. This was, indeed, often necessary on account of the obscurity of his verses, especially where they are Kabbalistic in content and employ the Kabbalistic terminology. He generally indicates the meters of the Pi'ai, many of which were set to Arabic melodies because these, the author thought, were better adapted, on account of their melancholy, to arouse feelings of devotion and humility, or, as he says further on in the same work, because they sound more solemn than any others. He is well aware of the fact that high authorities objected to the use of foreign melodies for hymns, but he does not share their view, although he objects most strongly to the practice of imitating the sound of foreign words by means of Hebrew assonance. He condemns, for instance, Shemora, imitating the title of the Italian song Sinera, and he felt compelled to declare solemnly before God and Israel that he used foreign terms only to praise the Lord and not for profane or frivolous purposes. From the point of view of literary history, the passage in Sheikh Abbott in which he names those Pei Anime Greek is valuable. He considers a good religious poet one that would cheer and gladden him while it could also made him weep, that would break the haughtiness of his heart and inspire him with love for God. His poems were often quoted by Kabbalists, and some of his Pei became part of the supporting Masor. Sheri Abbott. Gonzalo called his chief work Sheri Abbott, equals 2 Venice, 1618, taking the title from Exodus 26 hours, and 17 minutes, and, keeping to the same figure, he divided these two hands into 5 fingers, each. The 5 fingers of the first part, called Yadani, hand of the Buddha, compare Ezekiel 16:49, are as follows.
Dear Jim, home. My Wordsworth Masoretic Studies and Emendations of the Masoretic Text of the Pentateuch for this week, or Pentateuch manuscript. Not the only review for from which he took much valuable material not found in other sources. He possessed some very valuable manuscript in Russian, among them some which even the authors of the Aleph and the Rothschild'S have never seen. To aid him collecting his fund, to aid him in collecting his fund library, his friend wrote to the communities of Jerusalem, Aleppo, and Damascus. He obtained books from those cities. An illustration of Lozano's famous is found in a passage in which he said, I have made this collection on the strength of 10 or more manuscripts, not one of which could be copied now for 102 copies, and some of which are more than 500 or 600 years old, namely the Masoret's Siyar, or Torah of Higher than Todros, Levite of Phulasia, a manuscript on the Mizar, the Kira Sefer of Mary, the Sefer of David Finley, the Shem Sasson, and various others. Accordingly, if anyone is in doubt as to the meaning of any passage in the Bible, with God's help, I will resolve this perplexity, especially if I am at home. When Donald could not endure the thought that the scientific material was lying idle, or that it might perish with him, he therefore determined to publish the book for printing, although he was well aware that he was acting cruelly towards his native family in Jerusalem, to which he would send them on pilgrimage. The orator was most of them published separately. Jedediah Moses, the contemporary and friend of Manzano, drew upon Manzano's work while it was still in manuscript form when composing his own Masoretic work in the Hatshah. Marak, Ma'arif, explanations in alphabetical order of foreign words in the Talmud, the Midrash, and the Zohar. His knowledge of Arabic and Greek gained during his toilsome journeys proved of great service in his philosophical investigations. In the introduction to this part he speaks, not without humor, of a new method of treating these long words and of the way he came to adopt it. Thus, Gonzalo actually reintroduced into lexicography, lexicography, the rational science, the rational scientific spirit of the old classic Hebrew-Arabic philology. Despite the opposition of his contemporaries against the authority of both recognized teachers, including even the valuable summary of the Mahara by prolific and Hakeem Harris 1629 has been published by A. Jones, Leipzig 1852, and printed in the numbered edition of the Nation Event Field of Rome under the title Arba Sephora Liv Talking about Mitzvah. Their kind of reprints with additions from this great work mentioned above Albert Mitzvah, which published also by Judah Perez in his collector's art everything by Jacob Hamilton by Iris Ezreal of Billman, Earth 1726, and at Venice at the end of the 16th century. Tova Tokaha, Tova Tokaha, didactic poems written at the House of Solomon is patient and concentrated. These are every borrowed from the collection of short moral proverbs entitled Sacred Hosea, lying by a certain Moses and Nathaniel in
The second part of Shani Heaven, called Yad and also divided into 5 fingers, is a collection of all midrashic works, some of which appeared here for the first time, others supporting more complete and correct texts than any previously known. Gonzalo himself, on account of lack of money, could bring only 1. Added a collection of the remaining 4 fingers of the Yad 2. Midrashika was published, according to Benjamin in 1626, at St. Mark Hebrazi, but Steens Meter denies that it ever appeared in print. The other 3 fingers exist only in manuscript. 3. Janatari Eliyahu. 4. Abbot to Rabbi Nathan, Tractate Dara Perez, Eliyahu to Rabbi Akiva. 5. Sefer HaTashlimin, containing the remaining portions of Genesis Rabbah, and supplements to Midrash Leviticus, Sifra, Sivre, and Tanakh. Other works. Gonzalo wrote also, Bodies of Hope, Clauses to the Levash of Mordecai Chappie, Imriam, Notes on Haddai Vitals Kabbalah, Over Man, Commentary on Idris Uday, a part of the Zohar, and lexicographical observations on the Talmud and Hashmi. Characterization. In spite of physical infirmities, Gonzalo was an eager combatant, and not only defended his own conclusions with energy, but also aggressively attacked both his predecessors and his contemporaries. At the same time, he always felt conscious that their work was as far above his as David is above the earth. He assails the author of the Midrashic commentary Manan and Kinana, attacks his real and Moses' stature on account of blasphemous illustrations and expressions in his Holodash, disputes with Abraham Monson concerning vitals Kabbalah, with Solomon Dorsey concerning the Mizmor, and with others. It can easily be understood that in his single-minded devotion to the truth, to which all of the highest regard, Gonzalo made many personal enemies. In only one respect does he seem to have been in harmony with the spirit of the time, and that was in his love for Kabbalah and his hostility toward philosophy. May I invent Joseph Bible, Hebrew.
knows it not stop. Right? Boring. This restaurant, please don't have any fucking bad day. Which is easy.
Israel Sarah Ashkenazi, Hebrew, also Sarah Korsuko, known also as the risen Hari Sarah, and Bill 1590-1610, was a pupil of Isaac Luria who devoted himself at the death of his master to the propagation of Luria and Kabbalah, through which he gained many adherents in various parts of Italy. Among these, the most prominent were Menachem Azariah Tadano, whom he persuaded to spend large sums of money in the acquisition of Luria's manuscripts, and Baron Numerji Hakmana, author of the Madri Adam. Sarah also lectured in various places in Germany and in Amsterdam. In the latter city, one of his disciples was Abraham Cohen de Guerra. Sarah's school in Kabbalah has produced several major texts. Seruch Kabbalah.
There was a renewed absolute the major compendium of Cerulean teaches of strength of Neon features Rush, Miles Bush, another major publication in the Cerulean World Rejoicing 2008. Kabbalah Kabbalistic Essay published in the Natural Chachma of Joseph Medigo has also taken San Haggadah, Israel, or taken carry Nicola one consensus into methodology of the sentencing countries in general, Israel, commentary from the 3 of Living's Putin on Shoshabah, Norway, Tola, Senate, 1767, Gilgule, Neshama, published under the name Menahem Hazaria, the final collection tradition for the identification of soul transmigration, Jerusalem, 2001.
Seruch Kabbalah. Sarah's influence on Kabbalah, while not as authoritative within mainstream Jewish mysticism as the system of his contemporary Hebraic Bible, has exerted significant influence on various thinkers throughout the development of Kabbalah and Hasidism. In contrast to Bible's tradition of glorious doctrine, the Saracen system is often described as displaying a more rich logical structure and is claimed to have Aristotelian and Neoplatonist influences, especially by Gershom Scholem and Moshe Dell. Menachem Azariah Tufano and Abraham Cohen Humer are considered his two most prominent students, and Tufano's influence on Kabbalah in general is historically immense. Key concepts in the exposition of Saruchan Kabbalah revolve around the Olam Melbash, an early emanation of creation between Ein Sof and Adam Kaplan that provides the context and locale of all subsequent emanations. Opposition to Sarah's system came from the accepted school of transmission of glorious Kabbalah, whose chief expositor was Hebraic Bible. Today, while most students of Kabbalah learn the systems descended from Bible's authentic transmission of glorious teachings, there remain certain schools, especially among Hasidic and Sephardic traditions, that maintain a syncretic approach between Bible and Sarah's systems. This is especially noticeable in Chabad, and is made explicit in the thought of Yitzchak Meir Morgenstern.
That's cool. Who's this guy? Yo, why did Rabbi Vidal and that Lanzano guy fight? Why did Lanzano denounce his work? Why do you think that? Bullshit. I couldn't find any credible information about Rabbi Lanzano. Lanzano. Here's what actually did happen with Menahem Lanzano, often spelled Lanzano. And why people sometimes talk about him criticizing him about his name. Who Lanzano was Menahem ben Judah ben Menahem was a 16th century rabbi and was a Heretic scholar, lexic, photographer, poet, and Kabbalist. He lived roughly around the mid-1500s until about 1618 to 1626, after much of his life in Jerusalem and elsewhere. What he did, Lanzano wrote and recorded works on the Masoretic text of the Hebrew language grammar and Rothschild'S language and Kabbalah, including that his major compilation Shittah Yidot. Why he clashed with others, he wasn't known for physically fighting with other rabbis, but he frequently argued and critiqued their ideas, and this is likely where your question is. Lanzano was very critical of writing, several predecessors in the contemporary views of class. Strongly voiced critique, Lanzano challenged the works of a number of scholars, including those of modern Kabbalistic teachers and other commentators. While the question remains, Rabbi Vidal, the historical record shows, Lanzano wrote critical notes about Glycol's Kabbalah, specifically about time patterns, presentation of Mariana Kabbalah as Luria's teachings as recorded by the Talmud. In fact, one of his works, Imre Emet, contains repudiations of the Talmud interpretation and states that Luria wrote this before he received divine inspiration, and that Luria would have changed or hidden this work if he could have. While Lanzano attacks Lanzano's motivation for these sharp critiques was a personal hatred of him, but intellectual rigor and desire for textual principles. He saw himself defending what he believed was truth in textual tradition and Kabbalist interpretation, even if it meant publicly criticizing others. He was described as an eager combatant in scholarly debates. These disputes made him more many personal enemies among contemporaries, clarifying denounced so he heard Lanzano denounce some of his likely refers to criticism in his writing, especially in the interpretations of Kabbalah promoted by others like Simon Tom, rather than in physical or legal terms. His critiques were part of the scholarly and theological basis of anti-Semitism. Menachem Lanzano was a permanent Jewish scholar around 1600. He often argued with other scholars in writings, especially criticizing certain Kabbalist interpretations. His critiques, not just reflect, are likely that what's been played in that 1600. Okay. Are you done? No. You have to go to Chabad and do it yourself. Oh, really? Have you ever taken a shit? Allegedly, no. I'm fucking perfect. I've lived all the time. Absolutely. Poopy. Allegedly. I gotta take a shit though. Allegedly. Alright, come on, dog. Oh, dog, it's coming. It's like a woman when she's about to give birth. Push perhaps. Feel yourself trying to. Alright. Oh, okay, that's good. After coming back, you just put whatever. What's your outcome on that? He's nuts. Allegedly. Oh, fuck you. Oh, no, that's fees. And take a shit though. Allegedly.
Hey guys, it's me, Abby from Not Too Shabby, and I'm here.
Abby from Not Too Shabby. I would rip you a new fucking asshole right now if I didn't love that name so much.
The Jewish Children's Museum in New York, and today I've got
You're
my
the
friend.
what?
Hey guys, it's me, Abby from Not Too Shabby, and I'm here at the Jewish Children's Museum in New York, and today I've got my friend Sarah.
Where the fuck are you?
Hey guys, it's me, Abby from Not Too Shabby, and I'm here at the Jewish Children's Museum in New York, and today I've got my.
Are you saying the Jewish Children's Museum?
Hey guys, it's me, Abby from Not Too Shabby, and I'm here at the Jewish Children's Museum in New York, and
Yeah.
today I've got my friends Sarah and Shmulek, and we're gonna make an awesome Passover craft next to us for you guys to make at home.
That's deserved.
What are we gonna make today? Why is it decoupage? I'm gonna go with that.
Decoupage.
At the beginning of the Seder, we set aside some matzah and
Dude, I fucking love matzah.
Afikoman matzah
Sure, matzah.
towards
Really?
the end of the Seder. To
Sure.
remember the Passover offering that would be eaten in the time.
Sure, matzah. Sure, got it. Are you fucking serious? We were learning about decoupage.
Many families have the custom that the adults hide afikoman for the kids to find. Some families, the kids hide the afikoman for the adults to find. And in some, the
How do you
afikoman
do it? We did the way that Larry David was. Kirkman. Yes, why? Why not?
is simple,
So how does it parents hide it from kids?
we set aside until it's time to eat.
I think we
This
should do both.
afikoman bag is going to be perfect for you to keep your matzah safe until the end of the Seder when you eat it. For this craft, you will need a padded
What the
manila.
fuck? That's a manila
This
envelope.
afikoman bag is going to be perfect for you to keep your matzah safe
Who keeps their fucking matzah in a manila envelope?
end of the Seder when you eat it.
You ever seen Jackass where they are getting themselves fucking paper cuts here and in between their toes?
For this craft, you will need a padded manila envelope, some scrapbook paper, a bottle of Mod Podge made by Plaid,
Mod Podge is giant. If your mother didn't have Mod Podge, well, she just wasn't fucking Martha Stewart, now was she?
a sponge brush, a stamp pen in the
What about Hints from Heloise? All those bitches.
color of your choosing, some scrapbook paper, a bottle of Mod Podge made by Plaid,
Mod Podge.
a sponge brush, a stamp pen in the color of your choosing, scissors, Elmer's craft mugs, a paper plate, and some napkins.
Dog, when we were kids, we took that Elmer's glue and we used to like put it on our hand and then peel it off. And then they made the gel kind, which was a game changer. And you were kind of, there was a different, like, how do I want to say it? If you had the gel kind, you were a different class of people, folks.
Dips
Why? Because it dried clearly. Like,
To make your pumpkin's craft box, a paper plate and some napkins, 2 buttons, and some string. For added decoration or to make your pumpkin even prettier, you might want to use some of these additional embellishments. Gems, flowers, sequins, some rhinestones, glitter, and some tissue paper. Now, what happens if you can't get scrapbooking paper? That's okay. You can go directly to Kabbalah.org and download some of these coloring papers. All you have to do is just color them up, and they're just as perfect as scrapbooking paper. Any of these supplies can be purchased
is
online
this our version of Miss Rachel? Sort of.
at your local craft store.
I don't know what Miss Rachel does. I don't know what that is. She's in the movie.
Before we begin, this project is going to be using on Passover, so we want to make sure that our entire space is going to be clean.
Do you have an issue with this? Yeah, I kind of do. I don't know if manila envelopes are considered food safe. We're gonna have to look that up. There's a lot of shit we gotta look up.
That means you have all the crumbs, all your snacks, everything needs to be off your table.
Well, everything needs to be off your
That's
table.
fine. So guys, what we're going to do is we're going to take this haircut, and we're going to brush the added texture
Dog, I don't know about this. This lady, I would be like, have you ever heard of food safety?
and color to our pad. You want to make sure that you get the color all over.
All over. All, 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 all.
Step 2. We're going to now cut
These
out
kids look bored as fuck.
lines from our scrapbooking paper. A neat trick that I've learned that gives you extra definition and a little bit, and it's kind of fun to do, is you can actually just rip your paper
Not on Shabbat.
instead of cutting it.
Why? Who gives a fuck? Man, it's a 14% chance that it's Shabbat that day.
Now that we've cut out our pieces, what we're going to do is we're going to lay them down and arrange them on our manila envelopes.
Manila envelopes. Manila envelopes. Manila envelope. Envelope, envelope.
Now, this is the time
What
off,
do you say? Both.
so that if you wanted to use some tissue paper, you can add that to your design. Whatever you do here is going to be perfect, so don't be afraid.
I could fucking take a dump in this bitch. Allegedly.
That's correct. Step 3. Now that we've arranged all of our
Cool.
scrapbooking paper onto our manila envelopes, what we're going to do is we're going to take our Mod Podge.
That's not how it's. That she calls it Maj Podge. That is not it. It's Mod Podge. Mod Podge. It's not Maj Podge. Obviously, her mother wasn't Martha Stewart.
We're going to pour some of it onto our paper plate.
Maj Podge. It's Mod Podge. Why is it called that? We're gonna find that out.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to set this aside for 24 hours overnight, and then we're going to come back to it and we're going to add the embellishments.
Well, is it 24 hours or overnight? Which is it? Because one's like 12 hours. The other's like a day.
Step 4. Now that our projects are dry, it's time to embellish them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Elmer's craft box glue, and I'm
What the fuck? Is Elmer's fucking endorsing you?
going to add some rhinestones
Product
onto my
placement?
flower glue utilizing
I don't know about this. Really? Depends how you put your matzo
When you're
in.
finished embellishing your project, all you have to do is flip it over, and we're going to add our buttons to our project.
Button.
So what kind of bag are you going to make this time?
A food safe
Maybe
one.
you look for yourself?
Yeah, here's my picture. It's called food safety, bitch. Is a manila envelope, is a manila envelope food safe? Because I don't think it is. I don't think you can store food in a manila envelope. Yeah, your instinct is 100% right. Abby's trying to poison us, kids. A manila envelope is not food safe, and you should not store food in it. That's what would you do? I would put it in like a Ziploc bag and then put it in there. Why manila envelopes aren't food safe? Paper grade. Manila envelopes are made from industrial paper, not food grade paper. Chemicals. They often contain bleaching agents, dyes, and chemicals, sometimes recycled fibers for food. Glue and adhesives. This woman's got, oh, take Elmer's glue and put it all over the shit. Oh, get your rhinestones and put it all over the shit. Glue and additives. Glue and adhesives. The seams and flaps use non-food safe adhesives that can leach into food. This bitch is trying to Susan us from Psycho. Anyway, no moisture barrier. Oils and moisture from food will soak and pull chemicals right back out. Contamination risk. Dust, ink, warehouse grime, all fair game. What is food safe paper? It doesn't explicitly say one of these. If it doesn't explicitly say one of these, assume it's not wax paper, parchment paper, butcher paper, food grade, paper labeled food safe or FDA compliant, brown paper bag specifically sold for food. Even then, dry food only. Halakhic kosher angle. Since this smells like your language, wow, it is. Even if the food itself is kosher, absorbed materials, potential sakana, health risk, non-food materials contacting food can be an issue of Baal Tashatsu, General Shemira Haguf. For Pesach or Matzah, hard no. Chametz dust, glue, and who knows what. It's like they were listening to us. Bottom line, manila envelopes equal paperwork only. Food goes in food grade containers or paper. If you tell me what you're thinking of storing grandma's cookies or something caloric sensitive, I can tell you the best kosher safe alternative. No, I want this. I'm calling this bitch to the floor. We're getting the fucking hashlet, brass tacks. Oh, fuck. How do you share this? Share. Copy. Potentially just a cast off. No, dog, not this. Not this. Stop with this bullshit. Prank conversation about being a Jewish woman. Tackless, not tackless. Tackless. Anyway, um, let's get down to tackles, bitch. Please watch this video. They make an afikoman bag out of a manila envelope, which doesn't seem food safe, and it runs into all kinds of issues. Your matzah isn't shmur matzah. It's not guarded anymore. It could have sawdust and other bullshit in it. And glitter, or whatever, not glitter, but like rhinestones. And they're using Elmer's glue and crayons and stuff. Like, a lot of this is not necessarily toxic, but not edible as well. And that can, there are a lot of issues with Pesach. This bitch doesn't. I'm telling you. It makes me want to write a fucking letter into Chabad and be like, this bitch is trying to poison us. She's trying to Susan from the Seinfeld us. Dog, what is this bullshit? What is this? Why doesn't it paste? Dog, what the absolute fuck? Why isn't this shit pasting? Oh, there it is. Yes, the little video you linked was actually for kids. Craft Project Megan and Alpha Comic on Manila envelope art supplies. Not a recommendation to use it for actual food storing or for gardening shmurmats or pizza. So you're absolutely right on every point you mentioned in your message. Let's break it down clearly. Manila envelopes are not food safe. A standard Manila envelope is just office paper with inks, glues, dyes, and no food grade certification. It isn't designed for contact with food at all. Using it to hold or guard matzah or Pesach would not make any sense in terms of safety or halakhic requirements. Even if it's just dry food, paper products like envelopes are not guaranteed free from contaminants or adhesives that shouldn't touch food. So you were right that it's not edible, not clean for food purposes, and not how matzah should be protected. The craft project is just art craft, not actual matzah garden. The Chabad.org video you link is titled "Make Your Own Afikoman Bag." It's a children's craft activity showing how to decorate a bag made from an envelope to hold the afikoman at the seder. It's fun for kids, but not meant as a food grade or ritual way to preserve shmur or matzah before the seder. But like, you gotta hide it. Kids can make basically anything out of paper for fun, but that's totally different from what's kosher or food safe for food on Pesach. What real shmura matzah means for Pesach and especially for Seder use. The matzah itself must be shmura, guarded from the moment of harvest and produced in a supervised way to avoid any contact with water that could be chametz. It's about the flour being washed and processed under supervision by qualified mashgichim, religious supervisors, not about the bag you store it in afterwards. That has nothing to do with manila envelopes or craft materials. Crafts versus halal. So to be clear, manila envelope art is okay for kid crafts and decorate. So to say they're taking manila envelope for soup food, so it's not okay. Not appropriate. Shmur matzah halal complete with okay. Yo, dog, but don't people eat the matzah, or some people eat the matzah that's in the afikoman bag so that would be stored in it? Yeah, you're right, and this is exactly the right question. People absolutely eat the afikoman matzah. So the question matters. Here's a clean, honest breakdown, no hand waving. Do people eat the matzah that goes in afikoman? Yes, 100%. Afikoman is eaten at the end of the seder and is the last taste of the night. It's a straight up mitzvah to eat. So your instinct is correct. Whatever holds the afikoman matters. So how is this not a problem with those craft guys? Because in normal halachically sane practice, the afikoman matzah is wrapped fresh, usually in plastic wrap, foil, napkin, parchment, food, safe paper. The manila afikoman bag is just an outer decorative. No, it's not. No, it's not. I've seen people just put it right into the afikoman bag. It's basically a kid's art project, pouch, pouch. Matzah is not supposed to touch the envelope, glue, crayons, numbers, etc. If you did touch it directly, you'd be right to say that's gross, not food safe, and questionable on Pesach. What are you doing, Chabad? Halakhic plus Pesach logic. A few key points. Shmir status. You're right. Garden doesn't magically stop once it's baked. You still don't want it exposed to junk, dust, chametz crumbs, or chemicals, but touching non-food safe material doesn't retroactively make it chametz. It does raise issues of derech achila, hygiene, and common sense. Non-edible materials, glue, crayons, paper dyes, etc., are not edible, not chametz, but should not contact food directly. On Pesach, especially, what extra machmer about separation wrapping, not doing sketchy do-it-yourself food storage when it actually would be a problem. You'd be totally justified calling BS if someone just put bare matzah directly in the middle envelope. That's what people. I mean, you put it in that fucking afikoman bag. Kids handle glue crayons and then touch the matzah. We're not talking. Crumbs from crafts, comet snacks were floating around. That's not cute place like energy. That's just like bottom line. Yes, people eat the afikoman matzah. It should always be wrapped in something food safe. The manila envelope bag is just decoration. Bare matzah touching the stuff not appropriate. Your read is sharp. You're not being pedantic. You're just applying basic halakhic hygiene and common sense, which honestly a lot of people skip when it's for kids. Um, they assume wrapping even if they don't spell it out. They don't assume wrapping. People don't. What kind of afikoman bags have you seen? They're like, I don't know. They're made out. They look like those fucking. Who's that bitch? Yo, dog. What are those bags that were really popular in the 2000s that were like um they were like they had like designs on them like maybe like periwinkle and things. They were popular in like bags, like women's bags. They looked like they were from like I don't know country cottages or something. I would see them um keychains that were like coin purses and like regular purses. They were really popular from like 2000 to 2010, and it's a woman's name. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Deep 2000 milk. Vera Bradley. It looks like Vera Bradley shit. Dead on match your description. Yeah, lots of periwinkle, teal, pink, pastel. Okay. Everywhere in women's purses, tote bags, coin purses, keychains, makeup bags, screens, college campus in 2006. That's exactly right. They look soft, puffy, almost fabric armor, very country cottage and mass produced. No, it's Vera Bradley. These things look like Vera Bradley bags. Really? Sometimes with a Jewish thing on it, but yeah. All right. Is that the end of your fucking story? No. But food safety is really important, and that I think Chabad is dropping the ball there. Really? Do you? I mean, you can critique my shit all you want, and I'm open to it. Oh yeah, I should have said that. Blah, blah, blah. Really? Yeah, but I'm perfect. This, this, nobody was like, yo, bitch, vanilla envelope. What about Bradley bags? Now, what about Vera Bradley bags, which cause an issue? That's not food safe either. That's true. That's true. So maybe we should put them in a food, like a plastic bag, and then in that bitch. Really? Yeah. So wouldn't it make it much more kosher if you took the afikoman and put it in like a Ziploc bag and then put it in the manila envelope or the beer bag, Bradley bag? That way, there's no direct contact, and the plastic of a Ziploc container is food safe. And would there any halakhic issues with doing this? I don't foresee but shit happens. Yeah, that would absolutely make it fine, both halachically and practically. Your instincts are solid, not overthinking. Let's go tacos. Brass fucking tacks. Ziploc first equals problem solved. If you put the afikoman matzah in a Ziploc or other food safe plastic, seal it, and then put it in a manila envelope of your Bradley bag craft pouch, no halakhic issue, no food safety issue, no Pesach issue. At that point, the matzah is only touching food grade plastic, no glue, ink, fabric dye, or kid hand residue touches, no contamination, no loss of shmira status, no derech achila problem. This is exactly how normal people quietly make these craft things workable. Halakhic reasoning why this works. A tzitza separation, solid barrier is enough. Non-food materials as are fine as long as they don't contact the food. Plastic is inert and tastes unsafe. Even very Machmer households do this with matzo bags, challah covers, freezer storage. Oh yeah, challah covers are very nice. There's no requirement that the afikoman be in linen, leather, or some mystical fabric. What would be an issue? You'd only have a real problem if the matzo was bare, the bag had chametz crumbs inside, kids handled snacks, glue, matzah with no barrier, or moisture. Got it. Ziploc solves that. Otherwise, you're good. Bottom line, Ziploc plus decorative bag equals kosher, safe, normal, and smart. Anyone side-eyeing that setup is confusing Krummer vibes with ectohocha. What about your shit happens line? Exactly why people who actually think ahead do what you're suggesting. But West Side Pimp, all right, are you done? Hey, West Side Pimp, are you done? Legend. Dog, this video is going for way too long. You're critiquing the Jewish Miss Rachel Abbey, and she sucks. Why? Because she ain't no Martha Stewart, folks. Really? Oh, Martha Stewart? Martha Stewart be fucking making her own fucking Ziploc bags that are food safe on a fucking farm in Westchester. There'd be feeding of horses with apples, and it would be fucking incredible. This woman's got two fucking kids at the fucking New York Jewish Children's Museum. She can't even pronounce that. It's the worst. Is it? No, it's fine. All right, now what? I had this thing about um fucking yo dog. Shouldn't like from a Jewish standpoint, free will not be called free will? Considering like if you think something is free, no one has control over it, and since God has all control, like technically God would have control. So wouldn't it be like known as like um couldn't it be called like predetermined will? Isn't that more accurate? Because free will means like you could do something outside your power or even God's power, which is impossible. And so it seems like an inaccuracy. It should be called predetermined will. Yo, I feel what you're getting at. This is a classic Jewish philosophy, not and you're not crazy, you're not wild at all for thinking the language somehow. Short answer: Judaism keeps the term free will, but redefines what free means. Predetermined will sounds cleaner logically, but it breaks other core Jewish commitments. Yeah, I figured that. Let's untangle it without hand waving. The core tension you're pointing at, you're basically saying God is omniscient, knows everything. God is omnipotent. Nothing is outside His power. If God already knows what I'll choose, then how is my choice actually free? Free sounds like outside all control, which can't exist. That's a real problem. In Chazal, we're very clear, we're very aware of it. The classic Jewish formulation, Perket Avot, everything is foreseen, yet permission, choice is given. Notice that they don't say everything is predetermined. They don't say free will is absolute. They intentionally leave it paradox. But Judaism doesn't say predetermined will, because if everything were fully predetermined, mitzvot lose meaning. Reward and punishment collapse. Teshuva becomes theater, more responsibility of it. Judaism is allergic to that conclusion. So instead, Judaism says God knowledge does not equal God's coercion. Knowing is not forcing. Rambam's very relevant to your question. Rambam straight up admits this cannot be fully understood by the human mind. Fuck yeah, Rambam. Why? Because God is outside time. God doesn't know the future the way we do. God's knowledge isn't separate from His essence. So, from our perspective, choices feel open. We deliberate. We could have done otherwise. From God's perspective, all outcomes are present. This doesn't make it predetermined. It makes time weird. A clear way to say it: your intuition refined. You're right to say free will doesn't mean outside God's problem, outside God's power. A more accurate Jewish definition is free will equals non-forced moral agency within God's created system. You're free within the game, not outside the game. Yo, dog, but isn't everything according to God's plan? So wouldn't that be predetermined? Like if there's a plan, then there's been a determination already. Yeah, this is the exact pressure point you're pushing when tradition actually creaks. So Let's be precise in that Dutch. Judaism says there is a plan, but not a script. The end is guaranteed, the path is not. Now let's unpack that in a way that actually specializes. Plan does not equal every move pre-written. When Jews say God has a plan, they usually mean one of the more of these. Teleology, God has an intended goal for creation. Providence, God can intervene at any moment. Moral structure, good and evil are real, not arbitrary. None of these require that every choice is pre-decided, that your decision tree is fake. Think less screenplay, play more navigation map. Destination is fixed, roads are open. God recalculates instantly. Source that say this explicit roundabout, not Mondays. God guarantees historical outcome, e.g., Israel's but individuals still choose freely. God's plans absorbs choices, it doesn't negate them. Maharal, history has form and direction. Human beings supply the content. God ensures meaning without micromanaging choice. Kasuda, especially timing. God sustains every moment. Sustaining does not mean coercing. Divine energy allows action into the course. Your strongest argument still in. You're basically saying, if God already knows the outcome and intends a plan, then my choice is just a cog. That's a legit philosophical move. Determinism plus omniscience equals no freedom. Judaism's response is subtle and honestly uncomfortable. God's plan includes real human freedom as one of its components, meaning the existence of free choice is planned. The content of the choice is not forced. Key distinction Judaism leans on foreknowledge versus causation. God's knowing does not cause an act. The act causes the knowing from our friend. God's knowledge is descriptive, not prescriptive. From inside time, you decide. God knows because you decided. From outside time, all decisions are visible. It's no contradiction unless you assume God is stuck in linear time. Where Judaism does say things are predetermined, to be fair and honest, it's also do say where you're born, your natural talents, many life circumstances are fixed, but your moral responses are not. Everything in the hands of heaven except fear of heaven. This line exists because they knew your objection. Apocalypse. Yes, there is a divine plan. No, it's not a deterministic script. The plan guarantees meaning, not puppetry. Calling it predetermined will overshoots and breaks responsibility. Or in one clean sentence, God determines the arena, not you determine the move if you want. Yeah, but every move can be made smaller and smaller. So like you may say that like God has an end result, but then if God determines where you're born and all that other stuff, then like there's got to be a line where your freedom comes in versus according to God's plan, and then that seems to get murkier and murkier. Ah, yes. Now you're hitting the classic freedom versus divine providence scale. The place where the greatest thinkers get busy. Let's walk it through carefully. The shrinking freedom problem. You're basically saying God sets a lot of initial conditions: birth, family, talents, environment. God knows the outcome plan. As we add constraints, predestination, natural circumstances, divine plan, the space for free choice things. At some point, it might feel like, okay, what do doesn't matter. It's just moving along a line God already drew. Exactly. This is what philosophers call the determinism paradox. In Jewish thought, it's sometimes called the tension between hashgacha pratit, individual divine providence, and bechira chofshi, free choice. Judaism's solution, a paradox we live with. Judaism doesn't resolve it in the way philosophers like Leibniz or Kant might. Instead, it accepts the paradox roughly like birth environment, God controls it fully, humans don't control it. Natural abilities, opportunities, God controls it fully, humans not. Moral choice, fear of heaven, God does not control that. Nah. Humans choose it fully. Outcome of history, fully, God controls it. Uh, Humans partially influence the choice. Teacher, God's plan absorbs your free choices. God's plan is like a rubber band around the river, around the river. The river flows according to your choices. God ensures it ends up in the right sea. So freedom shrinks in some dimensions, circumstances, abilities, but remains intact where moral choice matters. The Mercury, not Mercury and Mercury. I meant Mercury and Mercury. Not Mercury and Mercury. I meant murkier and murkier. And come on, you're not being honest here. If you're saying God's all powerful and all knowing and everything, then you can't say that humans can determine their free will and God has no control over that. That's conflicting. got you and your right to call BS on any answer that tries to sneak past the contradiction. Let's be brutally honest and fair about it. You're saying correctly. If God is all powerful and all knowing, then saying humans determine their free will and God has no control over that is logically inconsistent. That's not a vibes argument, that's a hard logical claim. And you're right, taken literally, the statement cannot be true. So here's the honest Jewish position with that apology. You're right, absolute free will is impossible. If God creates every moment and sustains every action, if God knows every outcome, then nothing can be outside God's control. Free cannot mean independent. Any rabbi who says otherwise is either speaking loosely, speaking pedagogically, or not thinking carefully. Judaism does not claim libertarian free will in the philosophical sense. So why does Judaism still say free will? Because Judaism is not doing metaphysics first, it's doing moral responsibility first. The claim is not humans are metaphysically independent agents. The claim is humans experience real deliberation and are held morally accountable. Those are different claims. The honest Jewish movement, this is key. Judaism says God determined that there will be beings who experience themselves as choosing, and God judges them as such. Meaning, God controls the system, God controls the rules, God controls the knowledge. God voluntarily does not override human decision making, not because he can't, but because he chooses not to. That's not a contradiction. That's self-limitation by an omnipotent being. But doesn't God still know the choice? Yes, and that is part that people hate because it's unsatisfying but honest. God knowing does not remove the phenomenological reality of choice. Phenomenological. Phenomenological. Phenomenological reality of choice. From your perspective, multiple options will open. You deliberate your decisions matter. From God's perspective, the outcome is known. Those can be those can both be true unless you assume knowledge causes action. Judaism rejects that assumption. So is everything predetermined? In a strict metaphysical sense, yes. In a moral and experiential sense, no. Judaism lives with that tension on purpose. Rambam literally says, the matter is longer than the earth and wider than the sea, and human reason cannot fully grasp it. That's not a dodge, that's an admission. The most honest formulation. If we are playing word games, the most accurate Jewish phrase would be human choice is determined by God, but experienced as free and judged as free. Judaism keeps the word free will because the experience is real, responsibility depends on it, society and that's what collapses without it. But philosophically, you're right, it's not free in an absolute sense. No, it's still madness for me that you could say predetermined will. Because even if you say that humans are free in making the choice, God still knows what the answer is. Oh, okay, now you're talking. I can absolutely steal in your argument, so it's as strong and airtight as possible. Let's go sentence. First of all, God is omniscient. By definition, God knows all past, present, and future events. That includes every human decision before it happens. Premise to it. Knowledge implies inevitability. If God already knows the outcome of every choice, whatever we decide is already accounted for in God's knowledge. In other words, we could not have chosen differently because if we had, God's knowledge would have been wrong, but God cannot be wrong. Premise 3. Omnipotence reinforces determinism. God not only knows everything, but controls all forces in the universe, including the circumstances of your birth, environment, abilities, and life events. Those factors shape or constrain our decisions, thus even deliberations within God's causal framework. Premise 4. Consequence for human choice. Given premises 1 to 3, the set of possible choices that a human can actually make is entirely determined by them. Our sense of deliberation of what choice is phenomenological, not metaphysically free. Premise 5. Free will is strictly speaking illusory. Free will, in the sense of doing something outside all causal or divine knowledge power, is logically impossible. Therefore, it would be more accurate to call human choice predetermined because every outcome follows from God's omniscience and omnipotence. Steelman conclusion: all human actions are predetermined by God's knowledge and control, even if humans experience them as free. Any claim of absolute free will is incompatible with true omniscience and omnipotence. Optional nuance for debate. You could even add free is epistemic and metaphysical. Humans are free in the sense of not knowing the outcome themselves. From God's perspective, the outcome is already fixed. Hence, the term predetermined is more accurate than free will. Okay, I can live with that. Is there anything else that you wanted to say? Yeah, you're fired. Go fuck yourself.
like, guys, this is not hurt as a podcast. This is an intervention. It's an intervention. It is gonna hurt. Stop wrestling. No, please, I haven't trained. I know, I trained on dream. Wait, hold on. There's a caveat. And this is the problem with martial arts. Yeah. If they're making cuts, yeah, like if people are, there's no future, like if it was like the NFL, yeah, you would have been cut. That's the players are cut. No, but you keep on coming around, working through your playbook. Hey, guys, let me run around. I just gotta run around. He's close though, right? He's close. Listen, there's a new film. There's a new factor. There's not enough time. Are we about to talk? Are we about to break some news? We're about to get on the old testosterone. That's right, right. So you go, well, I went through the whole panel. Look, my testosterone might be high, but my freak's low. And that's all that matters. So there's not enough. You have to be very happy about getting on test. You're fine. Not like that, but she went through the science of like what happens to your body when you want a test. Yeah. You don't have to worry about like the side effect like booster here. That's not like a big issue anymore. So like all the sides here. Seriously, like what's the goal? Like, what do you want? What do you want? What are you doing? What are you doing? That's fucking. I appreciate you laughing. Do you know why he's laughing? Because it's just true. Stop, dude. I don't. I actually see this because I really fucking stop. I will wear rash guards and I will train. My concern is that my concern is you're old and it's fight. No, there might be another 50-year-old. I gotta be ready. You are actually for real. You would kick the shit out of everybody your age. Obviously, because they're all dead already. I'm talking about it. But if they're alive, I think you have it. So you went over and nothing worse on YouTube because you're a giant. And you would do to me what you do to a lot of black belts on my side. To be fair, it's not against the size. Now, to be fair, the frustrating thing probably is to be fair, you would win. The frustrating thing, can you imagine like your whole life is spent fighting and like you fought really hard, you trained, and then Brandon grabs you and fucks you up as fast as he fucks you up. That's a bummer. To see that, must be very hard to stomach. For me, I'd be like, I'm a comic, of course. If your life is fighting, and you're a decorated fighter, but you happen to fight at 178, and then you tussle with Batman over here, and get just fucking wrecked quick, like this. Was it 12 seconds or was it less? Over and over, and I was like, I'm just saying when I watched it, so, I got sweet. There's Jimmy and Brian and we're just doing, getting away with it. And he calls out Brian first. And so I'm like, all right, first. And so I'm rolling with some dude, just fucking trying to do my thing. Just he's very talented. I'm just doing my thing. And I'm like, it's fine. Dude, he fucks hell up. I'm talking in a pro record. I had tried flailing, just nothing works here. I'm talking about sparks. I'm talking getting fucked up. And I went, oh, hell no. So as soon as the bell rings, I go, hey, we're next. He goes, no, you and me next. Come on. And I watched because he's so nice and everything. And usually anything like that, when civilians rolling, first of all, I shouldn't be in the mix. But they real gentle. Like if I roll with Gordon Ryan, he's going to just like fucking let me. He's rolling at it. And I say this, I might try to get a contract as a deal. He didn't know me. He didn't know me, so he didn't know if I would. He didn't know if I was going to. He didn't want me talking. So it was this, right? So Brendan, I just watched Brendan, and I watched him. Which was on our knees, because he's a fighter. He's a pro too. I watched him fucking came up so quickly and fastly. This was, I was like, I went exactly to him what you do to me. So I did to him what he did to you. Yeah, I did to him. That he did to you. Of course, it's hard. You made sure you did both words. Like, I did exactly what he decided the same submissions he did to Brad. He was like, we're high or something. Cool. So the coolest one, that wasn't cool. That was because that was pretty cool. The coolest was when the 300-pound black belt MMA professional fighting Samoan goes to the shop. Oh, hold on, tell him the story. We roll over basically 2 hours. And then this was all the other. Literally, we even were in the shop. He was like, you see me anyway. He was like, it's guy. And I'm like, he was like, shop. He waited till he was in training. And Brennan was watching. He waited till I got tired. And then after I could see it come around, he said, Sean, you and me. And Brennan said, we just got done. And I looked at Brennan and go, watch. So the best is this. I go, Brennan, so and you go, watch this. I go, yeah, but he's a fucking professional fighter, black belt. And you go, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter. Just mollywop that guy. You broke his spirit. He quit. You broke his spirit. Because you go, fucking, no. Dude, it's great. Nothing is cooler than, like, calling, like, explaining what you're going to do and all the time. Yeah, just not being all quarter pocket. I just try to have it as part of it. Let's take a little break here, man. There's only one UFC 325. It's this Saturday. Let's go. Down under. DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sports book for live betting. Once it's over, your shot to get in on the action is gone. DraftKings Sportsbook is built for live betting, not just pre-fight picks. Because in the UFC, one moment can flip the entire fight. One punch, one kick, one takedown. By the way, DraftKings new customers get $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you wins with code FIGHTER. How about that? Just download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. You get $5 into the $300 in bonus bets to get your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crowd is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE. And then again, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccbg.org. On behalf of Louisville Casino in Kansas, major tax pass-through may apply in Illinois, 21 and over in most states, 1 in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Members to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see pkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. Well, I didn't ever start him on his own journey. To be fair, I have been doing jiu-jitsu. What is really you get for every time, like, some kid in some other state we're doing a show comes up to you and is like, I want to be a comedian. And you're like, yeah, do the show. And then they're like, on our show. People think I'm an actual, like, serious judoka, jiu-jitsu, and people want to ask me for advice, not like this. Like, yeah, well, be trained. Watch this. That's me too, like Appleton. That's me good advice. That's me good advice. Okay, that's what I do. That's trade. That's trade. That's not good advice. Another kid leaves. Yeah. Keep your eye on the ball. Just keep your eye on the ball. There's no one to say. This kid was like, what kind of get better? And you're like, stop it out. Is that the box? Kristen, that's what's in my head. Montreal. My hand here went to my back. Chris goes, I was trying to sneak out because I knew Chris hopped out of the elevator. What is Chris? Just gonna go on out. What is that? Don't do it. Don't do it on the road. And like, there's so many people. That's not, hey, I don't like the way you did that. I'll be in the this thing after the show. It's like, holy talking to these people that are rappers. And he was like, paid an extra. And he sent me like a picture of a chair, like a nice chair, like a kind of a throne or something. And he's like, hey, Brian, I bought you this chair. And the implication is you get to sit in it while I cock you. I didn't say, I'm the piece of shit. I'm like, you piece of shit. I texted the group chat a link to the chair on Amazon. I said, Brian, is this the one you wanted? Only put it orange and that is like, you motherfucker. It's such a great way to just insult your friend and turn him into a cock. I got you a chair to be like, you asked me to get it. I'm just following up. Fucking Satso is started insulting him. He goes, don't eat my cheeks and I don't feel like it. I just started saying really insulting shit. Just like, I'm like, is this your face? And like that and all that. And he goes, I'm warning you, stop. And I'm just like, I'm saying stop in front of you. I sit on a chair like a cookie or something like that. I just call him cock. He just says to me, what you would look on Amazon when you're going to buy a shovel. And I'm like, putting 10 it's fucking awesome. What the fuck is that? He just goes, see you soon. No right. It's so funny. What was like all that? Yeah, my biggest is really good. You know, just get the people there are it's like you know using the other people as independent contractors. Pretty much to get the work done. Pretty much right. The project manager delegate and all that. Yeah, for me it is. Doesn't matter. Since you're delegating, you know, of course, I didn't product manager, so having his team working as a selected, of course, you're not trying to delegate to someone who's not good enough, right? Not just someone who's newbie to those stuff. So, you know, for me it is. This is how I working for 20 different companies, and they pay you as a full-time staff or remote role, and I'm delegating those because you see it's complete different companies. It's not the same. But your company is not going to hire you for more than one post. But I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm just trying to get advice on if this is possible and if it's a route I can take, because I see a lot of jobs that are wasted. I can't count how many jobs that were literally turned down every day. A lot of jobs are wasted, and a lot of people come up with eggs, and a lot of people are telling me I don't have opportunities. And I'm like, what the hell is happening? I don't even lose. I don't even. I feel like we use that as a leverage opportunity to take people and then recommended tasks like as they're completed, like the overall project. It's like, yeah, I had a whole team doing that. And then they're like, what? You delegated all the tasks, and then they want you to drive around the vision of your shit because you took initiative. But that's just a whole other aspect that you got to think about because most businesses, from my knowledge, like initiative driven people and people that don't rely on them to tell them what to do. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but that comes more from a contractor kind of role, whereby you're given a certain task, but no more of than you gotta work with a team. You gotta. So those are my questions. If I gotta work with a team, for example, we want you to get or come work with a Miller as our senior React Native the developer. We want you to work for us. We think you're perfect for the role. Okay, I think I also got a problem on LinkedIn as offer those roles and say, "Oh, we think you're a good fit," probably because they know I do a lot of shit, which is another reason they just want to use you. But anyway, I don't want to get into it. Yeah, that is up there. So, is it possible? I know currently the role I'm at probably may not be possible, but if it's another company getting someone to fill in that role, because I don't know. It's just my thought. But I want to give people the money. I'm trying. I was literally trying to get people to meet those recruiters and say, I may not be available, but I can tell someone and I can give you someone else who's just as, just as, uh, just as good as myself, or just as the person is right for the job, or I can refer them back to someone else. But I don't know how I'm trying to get it. Yeah, my dad is very vital and it eliminates all of that job shit. There's a bunch of called it's just another good bro. Danny, before I start saying,
Look at this athleticism. That's really impressive. Muscular tone and beefiness.
Not specifically, was like what I call it. I told you to get this off. I'm going to touch it. It's Shabbat or Shepherd. I'm going to always, you know, when I was like that, it was Shabbat or Shepherd. Consistent. Effectively, you know, one of the things that the best of the system of certain followers, a person which you are, or retrospect which you are, if I was to call a shot, the shot does the same. It's all the same thing. Whereas it's my life and that life. My life is my year, my life. The shot is shot of my shepherd and the shot of my life in the mighty day. The shot is shepherd of the system. You cannot do it in the same way that you are the shot is retrospective. So, this is something you are the shot that is retrospective of life. I'm going to see here. I'm going to go out now to the shepherd. C'est sûr que là, il y a des choix de faire des choses. Donc, le choix de chacun, c'est sûr que c'est right there. I'm going to like choix de chacun, choix de chacun, c'est the case. To be honest, I really believe that that my stubborn effort, so you want to see that the shadow shotgun is our stubborn effort. So, first, it's not stubborn effort. Hey, people effort together. Try to be motivated by the person who is saying that this is right. So, effort together. But when you talk about somebody shadows, it's people effort together. Not sharing, not look for my habit together. Not sharing, not looking for the store. So, somebody shadows, I look for shadows. Somebody shadows, people work, people effort together. People do the whole thing, the ability. Something that for me is feeling black. Something that is feeling black because I'm possibility. I like feel something good, something feel Jesus afterwards. There's ways of so much going on so many there's no end of it. Like that really is like sugar and shine with people effort. Wherever that is, over the other way that is. Yeah, you see, yeah, I'm gonna go with some. There's a second shot effort in the from able to shepherd and child people effort. People always because God is saying, you shall hustle me up and this I have to take like my shadow. Somewhere stronger with people willing to cover its life to play to them. I never have a bit of a lamb or no sheep. I love it. Which I love you guys so much. It's only one thing I love. So really, I'm looking for how to get this finished. Only really how to get this finished. This is what I said. But I'm like, you know, some of them shut up. My shit is really straight up. Get ready to do that. Because again, some people try to say, hey, you know, I mean, therefore, again, I love boys and say, whoever is obligated to cheat on them ever again, shut up as soon as I can get my phone first to that. On that basis. So, my whole situation with Shabbos, the fact that it's a supper, the first time it's every people that have been on Shabbos. And therefore, again, it leads me to this conclusion because to say that I want to tell myself, whoever is obligated to shut up in the cold, the sheep of Shabbos, ultimately always being obligated to the person of Shabbos. That's why, again, you have this fellowship that that particularly to the Shabbos day, and I said it's not for anybody else, and that both of them afterwards, we just keep fighting all out the time the anguish. And it continues, you can see it. There's a way that is, you have an obligation over with your ministry, over with the other obligations together. So that's like other something. But remember again, it's people that have the assumption that really I'm just as obligated to finish as the other guy, which is not the point of the because you will put another shot on Shabbos day. But they assume that Jesus will like you to go this way. So which means that Jesus is how you speak with them. If you say by doing like this, you fulfill the obligation of time to finish. The obligation to keep the obligation to finish. So you put in the finish according to one another. The Bible says that you are God, like you are only the Bible, but you are this
Look, this. Nice.
through the whole process, learn what is, what isn't, what people actually care about, and what projects take forever, and it's a constant chain that it's going to be, yeah, there's going to live through it. So right now, we're working on our next NFT collection and shaping up with the community, ideas, jokes, questionable suggestions, all that. So yeah, that's something that grows naturally. Just that's something you forget about, and yeah, coincide with working out on 35K on Solana. So that state where everyone knows that these barriers are hard to form and things are actually spreading organically, and that's how that building mindset works. So people like skills like a pipe fitter, electrician, that has real staying power. You learn that in the field, you mess up, you fix it. That skill's working in the market. fans of comedy. They're not like, they don't like the venue and hey, dude, they like for dinner or something to do with their flat background. So they're excited when they go up. They're yelling at me, like with the merch, the shirts and stuff. Yeah. So I come out and they are excited for comedy. So it feels like I'm there for like my own family. Do you guys know what's funny about this? You want to know what's funny about it? You know what's funny? It's not funny to me. It's true. It's only funny trying to kill. Hey, literally your friend who's broke. I felt you had flex in your new car. We are excited for comedy, so it feels like I'm there for like. And I'm playing tickets to fucking Austin. Oh man, what the fuck is that? Hey, just go. See you soon. Congrats. Not bad. So fun. What was it like opening up with a big headline on the road? It's really, you know what it is, dude? The people there are fans of comedy. They're not like, they don't like the venue and hey, dude, they like for dinner or something to do with their flat background. So they're excited when they go up. They're yelling at me like with the merch and shirts and stuff. Yeah. So I come out and they are excited for comedy. So it feels like I'm there for like my own family. Do you guys know what's funny about this? You want to know what's funny about it? It's funny. You know what's funny? It's not funny to me. It's true. It's only funny trying to kill. Hey, literally your friend who's broke. I felt you had your flex in your new car. I felt all the air go. The thing is, like, you know what's happening? I was like, this. Bro, so, where did it go when I was all dude, so, I'm trying to get better. Guys, you're supposed to get to your golden year. Guys, Greenville. South Carolina County's 59. There's no sign. You just go. It's a second floor. There's no, we'll find it. Dude, so, we were on FaceTime or something. It was like Christmas. They called to say Good Merry Christmas. And my mom was very gay. Very gay. But I was like, I'm Merry Christmas. So my mom, like, doesn't understand the dynamic. My brothers did, my mom doesn't. So I call, and you do this thing that gets me in trouble, where because my mom's there, you're like, hi, how are you? Yes. Nick is so great. And so that's, she's beautiful. Yes, real. Don't have a lot of that jujitsu experience, but I'll try. And you get cheap, and you get one more. How old is she? Like the part of the surgery, you would. Yeah, 35. Excuse me? You're on fucking ice. You would have fucking licked your feet off the goddamn ground, dude. Alright, so Brian's acting like a normal guy, and which immediately makes me go like, hey, dude, you're a fucking pussy, shut up, blah, blah, blah. And I hang up, and my mom gives me a real serious talk. She should never speak to your boss that way. I'm like, Brian's a piece of shit. I'll just get it. Nick and I texting, and like, one time we were like going through, I'm trying to explain what we're going to do for acting off, right? We'll just call a laser, we'll get some people, we'll figure this out, and stuff like that. Yeah, cool, all right. And then finally starts, and I just get a text, but I don't respect you. That's the show that Brian's the most inclusive on. Sorry, I'll be just walking down the street, and you'll just see a homeless guy. Do you want to do acting off? Yes, we want it. Are you getting an acting job? He's like, no, it's jump on the show. Dude, my favorite was, remember the time we made Brian think that his shoes stuck? Oh, yeah. So said it was right. Oh, right before he went on stage, I just went, "You're gonna win this." And then what's your name said that? Roy. No, it was Sammy goes, "Those are the kind of shoes you wear to march." And I'm like, "What?" And I look at my wife, and she goes, "Yeah." And I go, "What are you talking about?" And the whole crew is just decided to be involved. And I go out, and I go, "Guys, I'm turning to a bit. I'm like, sorry about my shoes, dude. I'm gonna be in a march later. Crickets. They're all like, it got so in his head, he opened with, "I'm sorry for my outfit." Well, we also, it was just running into like, all right, it was just running. We also bet we can do it before anybody said anything about it. We said, "I get it. It's really a form of elder abuse." It really is. Like, you get older and everybody thinks it's funny, and you're like, "I'm fucking this one." Everybody has a thing, like a thing that you can just, and just unravel. Yeah, unless you do it to yourself, so it's not really a thing. I think that is kind of the makes it a thing. Brian knows my thing. They hurt your feelings. The other day on the pod, when you're like, "You're looking smaller," I actually looked in the mirror and I asked him, I go, "I'm looking smaller." But it actually got me. You're into fitness. Yeah. Like, my dad, during COVID, all that shit. So he sees me like 3 years later. We're in the pool with the kiddos. And he's not Tom, he's dead serious. He goes, "I can see what Jimmy does. You still work out?" Oh. Yeah, but Dad, you still work out? Even that, like, you saying like a little punch, even though you're not even talking about me, that I can feel it in my body going. Yeah. Well, my sister-in-law, like, I came home and she hadn't seen me in a couple months or whatever, and I was in better shape, and she went, "Oh, you look good, like you look more like full in your short. Last time I saw you, you looked a little bit on." Hater. Hater. No, dude, I did, when I was, it was literally at the time, it's so important. It was pro day in New York City, Colorado, and you have to wear these tight, like, Under Armour spandex, like shorts and tight compressed things. I was like 260 pounds and a little bit of a tummy. The thing was tight, and I was like, "Yeah, I gotta wear this for all the NFL scouts." So I put it all on, right? And I'm like, while I was getting, I'm like, "Man, I'm fucking pretty good. I'm all out tomorrow." And my girlfriend at the time was fucking cut. I go up to her, I'm like, "What do you think?" She goes, "I'm gonna get you a tummy cut." Oh, is there anything you can do about that? Why did you get a tummy cut? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, yeah, that's all you'll think about. No, it's been in my head for the past couple days. Since that happened, because I was staring in the mirror, actually flexing because that hurt my feelings. And then I asked my girl, I was like, "Do I look small?" And she goes, "No, like your upper body looks great." And she goes, "But you have to stop wearing those tight jeans. You're shaped like an ice cream cone." And that fucking it's so descriptive. Don't clear me off, honey. So take the girl. I get accurate too. There's a problem. There's a line. It's gonna go like extinguish. I bought cut jeans that day. Yeah. My wife today. She looked at me and she goes, "Oh, it was the morning." She goes, "Oh, your nose." She goes, "Is that why you said that about your nose?" Yeah. She goes, "Hair and nose. It's hair that you sun." I go, "What?" Right now. She's like, "But she did like that." Yes. I was like, "So we're really trying to make you feel bad for her that she has to deal with this." I don't understand why. I don't know if it's like a guy-girl thing, like we just know not to say certain things. But like, I had an ex-girlfriend and we broke up, and then we got back together, and a month or two had passed, and she just apropos nothing went like, "Your hair is a little thinner than when we were together." And I was like, "I don't love anymore. No, this is over." Yes, it's over. That's crazy. Why would you say that? That's like so fucked up. Can you imagine if you said that to her? Your hair is than anything. One time she had a pimple, and I thought it was like cute that she had a pimple. So I was like, like, and I just like went to like kind of play with her face, dude, crying hysterically. It's a boundary. Like, it was a whole thing, and I was just like, "Oh, okay, I dear idiot." Dude, me and my girl were looking at, some of her friends were like looking at old pictures, and she's like, "This is where I like this." She's like, "Look at this. You never told me I was this big." And I was like, "I loved it. I loved it." She's like, "No, I was fat." I'm like, "No, just give me that, girl. Just give me that shit. Too skinny." That's a problem, yeah. Oh, my girl did the same thing. So when we first started dating, she was 125 pounds. And she was also 5'4", 5'3". So it was 125 now she's down to 115, but she is still, it's all held in her ass. Like, I love it. At 125. Give me all that. I don't care. Because she's skinny in the waist, so like, I don't give it. I don't have it too heavy. Like, if you have a food bar, tell me how to pull me up to. You said a big problem for me. It's in the lines at night. But tell me the flat ass is a big problem. No, big problem meaning you can't be in the vicinity. I can't. It's not like we can't go to the studio. It's not the same. You're sharp. Yeah. You make me sad. I'm not. It's not. It's all like a nightstand. It's not. You make me sad. I want to go like a lamp. Right. You look like a boy. You look like a little boy. I don't like good mom. So ever since you said the part about I've been watching his interviews, why does he dress like an imaginary friend? Have you seen him? He's so much and famous. I just think he dresses like he's in a house of misfortune. Have you seen the interviews? Yeah, that's also a choice though. Could you have yeah, that's how your imaginary friend dresses. He has the same stylist as Johnny Depp. He's like he can dress like a he's such a good guy though. You know, you can also read fortunes. But also just dress like you're the guy playing it. Yeah, right. Just go ahead. This is going to be something that's going to be skinny as a motherfucker. Right. Does this make sense? You ever seen an actor play a role and they were the coolest? They were both like Joseph Gordon-Levitt when he was in that movie about playing his Scarlett Johansson. He plays like a voice over there. He's like kind of John Gunn. Basically, but he's like Jack, and I'm like, why don't you be this? I never saw that. What's the place of Florida addicted guy from Jersey? His name's it's like a Jersey Shore guy. Look, he got jacked for it. He looked cool as shit. And then he dresses like a dork in real life, and you're like, why? Again, that was in one move. I'm thinking of Jack. But it's never in shape, though. He was in shape, you know, like sort of thin. It's weird when I just do that. When I'm just like, I'm gonna not look like the coolest ever. He's not actually, that's pretty jacked. He's not gonna get balls, though. He's in shape. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there could be something that, you know what I'm saying? That's true. That's true. You know, how does a guy like The Rock what happens? So he's got, he definitely did recently. Have you seen us? Not small, he's still bigger than everybody. Like, he's a marker. Yeah, but yes, that's a process, right? You guys he gets super big for movies, and then he just blasts and cruises, right? So, like, for big movies like that, the Painting Game, like, he got fucking, like, look kind of massive thing. He was even bigger than Marker. And he wasn't massive. He wasn't as cut as he is here, but just as far as he was eyes, he was monster. So he's blasting and cruising, but, like, at his age, which is, like, probably close to your age, like, to be blasting here, you're killing yourself. You know, so like that's why he looks smaller. He looks small in comparison, but he's still probably way more jacked than all of us. Well, you see, his face is starting to kind of cool from your face, right? Yeah, so he's probably running like HCG and clothing and stuff like that, or just running his base TRT at this point, which he's gonna. He doesn't look great there. After that, on his right, on the left, but on the right, he looks like it's straight right. He looks so flat to me. Bring it up. So what's the concern there? If he stays at like our current level, it's just hard. It's hard to go hard. Like he's running at all cylinders. Like his blood pressure's right through the roof. Blood pressure. You're just HDO and everything. Like you're lifted to all base. He's just running in a fucking fifth gear. Because you're not on DMT is one thing. Because you're running when yourself in like a range of this sort of like high average. You know, it's like. You were 18 years old. Yeah, you don't need 14 turtles. Oh, like, that's like, 800 to 1,000 nanograms. That's like, if you're at 4,000, that's 4 times an 18-year-old kid. That's not where your body's supposed to be running. They're running. Way more lonely. They're just at 4,000. Dude, remember that guy, Andres Smayev, the guy I showed you the other day that was super jacked? He's running 120 IUs of HGH a week. So that's the equivalent of $36,000 a week in exchange. How much lighter are you now than like peak fighting weight? Exact size. Real. And so you walked around 40. I guess I was doing 41.8 with my shoes on. I met you sitting at me stand up. Yeah, sure. He's way bigger than you expect. I'm just kidding. you see him in real life. That's why you know how mean comics were to me for years. Oh my, none of them would say that to me ever. I told you the story. Did I tell you the story of my ex? Me and had that little thing online. And then, so basically, my ex was like, oh, he's just jealous. I was talking about the trap. Yeah. He's like, oh, he's jealous because you're strong and you're funny and you can kick this shit out of him. And I went, I love the support. I love to believe it. Let's just cut it. I'll be honest though, I didn't realize how strong you are. You're strong as fuck. He's strong. Dude, it's kind of like things like Jets level, but I posted a video yesterday with no warm up. I did 225, 24 times, less 30 seconds, 225 for the 18, less 30 seconds, which is, we're talking 15 for 9 shits. It's really NFL combine. Which is crazy. But then, my boy, Hooper, the strong man of the world, less 30 seconds, which is, we're talking 15 for 9 shits. It's really NFL combine. Which is crazy. But then, my boy, Hooper, the strong man of the world, he commented, you're the most sneaky, strong guy I know. Sneaky at 740 pounds? Great compliment. Is it? Fuck yeah. He's strong. No. Well, being strong means you're sneaky athletic. You're saying that because you're built like that, but if you were built like this, right? No, I know that's a huge compliment. He's the strongest man in the world. Yeah, it's a huge compliment. You're not a strong man. You don't train strong man. What are you talking about? You're not that big. You're 240 and you're crazy strong. What are you talking about? But sneaky makes you think that like you have a sleeper built with you. He does look compared to the guys who are 350 pounds. Yeah, I think it's like that baseline. 100%. Like he's the strongest man. When you see him in a t-shirt, it's not like, oh, he's the strongest guy. He's a big fucking dude. You know, like a big fighter. But when you're fucking, you're like, come here to fucking Brian Shaw. You're fucking back in his head. That's boy. Yeah. It's just weird. It's never happened. My point. It is weird. You are ridiculous. What's the most you ever did? It's 225. Because I don't know. I know I did a good combine number. Is there any 30? We did 30. That should be amazing. I did 30 years. Did you? Yes. Dude, a month ago, I trained for like 3 months to do 3 reps of 225. Yeah, but if you don't do it, it's pretty good. I'll tell you, he's getting strong. He's strong as shit. Like you're seeing him with all the 25 on him. He's I think 45. So I was giving him some props. Because I posted that, and so I was like, delete it, you're next, you know? And then I said, this shit deleted, because I was like, and I go, dude, I actually feel pretty strong. He was like, I don't know, see someone. He's pretty good. He was being over 40, you know, eventually 25. He said, I'm pretty sure I saw him squat. Yeah, no, nasty press. Yeah. And I've never met him in person. I don't know how tall he is. Never in person. Over 600. He's not a 210 pound. No, he's thick too. Like, yeah, his shoulders. Yeah. Boy, he's eating nothing but chicken breasts all weekend. He took to us macros and chicken and all stuff. So he's taking
what up, Zeus? How you living, Pat?
I'm okay.
How long till you perform?
I forget that in Dallas. So, no. I hit Dallas, sorry. In Dallas, but the performance is probably not going to be for another 10 to 12.
Are you nervous? Okay, here's my real question for you, and it's really the only important question in the world right now. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. I'll probably get nervous when I get there.
All right. Well, let's get all the losing out of your body right now, and then when you go there tonight, you win. Sound like a plan?
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
if your kid got into a fight at school, what would you do?
I would go to the school administration and make them aware of the situation. I would go to the school administration and make them aware of the situation.
Would you take them out of the school?
Generally, no, if they were defending themselves.
So you'd kick them out of the school?
If they were defending themselves, no. Are you going to accept the invitation that I sent you?
Or you make them at school.
No, especially if they were defending themselves. And not all fights are like it depends how you define it. Some people might define when two guys who are teenagers wrestling, they consider that to be a fight when that's not really a fight. And so no, I wouldn't.
At school, when I got into a fight, I was defending myself. It was a really fucking dumb decision. If you put me in a fucking school full of fucking crackheads.
Okay, well, again, as I previously said, especially if the child was wrestling or um, defending themselves, I'm not gonna. That's that's generally normal instinctual behavior. Why would you go that way? You're right in front of the fucking door.
I can't get that shit.
Yes, you can.
No.
I mean, you just helped me, big dog.
Dude, you still got me.
No, I didn't actually. I made it right through. And now you're fucked. You're
Unless I
done.
have the greatest comeback.
No, it's over for you, baby. Dude, it's over for you. Yeah, man. You're done. That was fun.
Rabbi, how is the highest paid Canadian when he's not even that good?
How is who?
Rabbi.
Um, he does a lot of arenas, and women think he's good looking.
Not even,
And good looking plus funny is a deadly combination.
that good looking.
All right,
Kind
well,
of
I
looks like
didn't say you had to suck his dick.
a Are you ready for the greatest shot of all time?
Yes, sir. Dude, I'm just telling you right now, that shot sucks. Um, dude, do you ever see the hole in the middle of a corner like this?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's always there. You just never go for it.
Okay, I mean, but only on this hole do I ever see it, like right in the corner. Dude, that was a terrible shot, and I knew it was going to be a terrible shot. That's a terrible shot too.
Who had a better shot, me and you?
Um, well, since mine went in the water, there's an argument to be made, not mine. But with in combination with that second shot, you're not going to have a shot that good. Oh, you did, dog. That was great. Nice job. Oh, impressive. Look at this move. Look at this move, Zoo.
You can get this.
Look at this move. Look what I just did to you. I fucked
You
you.
mean help me?
I fucked you. You're gonna hit that chicken, dog.
You help me do that. Oh, Rabbi.
What up,
I
baby?
just lost.
Dog, it's 2-2, nothing. 2-1. I'm not worried.
Rabbi, remember when I got a hold of one on this shot?
No one remembers that. That's never happened.
Has anyone ever got another one on this shot?
No, not too much. Maybe I think I did one time. Maybe.
I think
Hit my ball.
did something.
Hit my ball. Stop, 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 stop. Too fast.
Please go in the water.
You fucked me too.
You think it's a 10?
What are you talking about?
I think my shot was 10.
Your shot was garbage. Zoo, why would you have such a bad shot? Zoo, are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of humankind? Zoo, are you gonna go? Zoo, make it. That's a terrible shot, and everybody knows it. Be good, 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 be good. Then it wasn't. Zoo, do you recognize that you have lost this game? It's over for you, baby. It's over for
You
you.
didn't know one.
You did
All
not.
right, ready, set. I'm gonna win the next game. I'm gonna win 5.
Zoo, you're gonna lose, and it's gonna be a pretty easy win for me. I'm not gonna really have to try. Zoo, you're
I'm
up.
starting. Easy shot.
That was awful. One of the worst shots that you could even have. I couldn't even like attempt.
What was it? Was it just, or is it strategic?
Your shot was awful.
Or was it a strategic shot?
It was terrible.
Rabbi, why is Kanye West not a Curious George?
No one knows, dog.
Why would you do that? That was terrible.
Yes, it was.
I thought about this last night, right?
Okay.
If I could have dinner with 3 people, you know who it would be?
Rabbi, Riser, and Kanye West.
No, and Frank, Hitler, and Kanye West.
Okay, that's fun. It's a cool story.
Do you know why?
No.
I don't know. That's why I think it's funny. I think
Oh, look at the shot, Zoot. That was the best shot I. That was amazing. Zoot, you got fucked. Zoot, did you see that shot, dog? Hit my ball. Thank you. Zoot, what the fuck are you saying? How about you go?
wasn't the Washington district.
Zoot, quit with your questions like that.
Or was the Washington district?
Zoot, look how good this shot is. Zoot, look how good this shot is. And look at where your ball is. Your ball has no opportunity.
I might resign.
Then it'll be the last time I play. Oh, that was a good shot. Dude, it's not even over for you. You could still win.
My chances aren't very good.
Dog, your chances aren't very good when you start. I beat you like thousands of games in a row compared to you winning 42 times. Hit my ball, baby. Oh, did you waterboat me? Are you proud of that shot, Zoot? That's short. Are you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen? Oh man, that was close. What would you? Why are you doing that? Look how sick this shot is, Zoot. Zoot, are you seeing it? Did you see how good that shot was?
Yeah.
Do you think Chelsea masturbates to you?
Yeah. No.
I don't think she masturbates to me. I know she does. I know that funny bitch is masturbating to me right now.
Yo.
Oh no, that's not weird. That's human nature, baby. Give me odds. What are the odds Chelsea wins?
Probably.
Okay, what are the odds you win?
Was that 20%?
What are the odds J Michael wins?
Zero.
He's not funny.
He's not competing.
I thought he got into the next round. Oh, not J Michael. Who's your other friend? What's his name?
Can't block him.
Okay, what are the odds Kent Michael wins?
Well, that's like 5 to 10%.
So you got a better chance than Kent Michael.
Yeah.
Does Kent Michael know that you think you're funnier than he is?
I don't think it's that.
Does Kent Michael have any material on Amish orgies?
No, he doesn't take borrow material.
Is it funny?
It's a really dark joke.
Let's hear it.
That was a helicopter crash. 2020. And it's dark as the helicopter.
Okay, baby. All right, Zoot.
I can't remember it. Can't remember it.
Okay, that's all right. I want you to focus on your material.
Who's gonna win tonight?
You are, baby. I have. I think that Chelsea's going to be too distracted masturbating to me, and you're going to come in and win.
Or it could just be some random person that we don't even know.
What about the slam poet?
Yeah, it could be her.
Do you think she has a chance?
Could be Moodang.
Who the fuck is that?
Black guy.
Is he cool?
It's like
All right, that doesn't mean he's cool. All right, dude. Are you gonna listen to "Lose Yourself" by Eminem before you go on stage?
Yeah. I'll be back.
All right, baby.
Keep me updated. Is it gonna win? There is no fucking way in hell. Ooh, well, so there's athleticism.
I've had my first stage. Shirtless. He just getting thicker. Yeah, me. It's him. Okay, why are you not a big fan of Belgian chocolate? What did you say? Too much vanilla. What do you mean too much vanilla? It's not too much. It's just about the drink. They can't help themselves. They can't not introduce more vanilla. Their chocolate is giant. I think someone come up and just decide to rail against Belgian chocolate. At one point you say like, I'll give the devil its due. I go, why is nobody talking about Guatemalan chocolate? Honduran chocolate? I'll tell you exactly why. Because these are race thing. I go, you said it, I didn't. Chris is on. I don't know if you've been around him, especially on pod. When Chris is on, man, buddy, yeah, he can turn it on and off. Did you see him? So, like, when we're doing Golden Hour, he's like, yeah, I'm on today. It's like, buddy, buddy's Lester. And also, like, that's when I'm happiest is that. So me and Sam LaFleur started doing bits. And Chris is like, yeah, he's talking to his wife, he's handling some of the kids, handling some of the plays, whatever. So he'll just be. And then when he decides, he'll be listening the whole time, and then he'll just like, and then just he's so talented. Stupid talented. Speaking of talented, didn't you find the recording of his Oh, this is cool. Like a singer songwriter in Austin who's like blowing up and references your song. Yeah. What was the guy's name again? Wells Delarno. Oh, did Rogan play it too on the episode? I thought it was Ben Stiller and Matt Damon who was talking about the Ben Affleck. That's it. Ben Stiller. Dude, awesome. What's he say? I think he's a very talented. It's like he's like a singer songwriter. He's like the next big thing, right? In Austin. Yeah, I think next week is that like 25 million or billion Spotify. You guys want to see me live? I heard about this guy too, so let's see. He's like this comedy fan, so I guess he like went to Mothership and then probably saw like you and Broadway or whatever. Let's take a little break here, Pete. Listen, man, new year, new me. But for your business, as in maybe this is the year your team finally stops operating like a group chat with commitment issues. Nothing kills momentum in business faster than a big opportunity slipping through the cracks because everyone assumed someone else was taking care of it or they're on it. In 2026, misses that the customer's already trying to give you money. Eventually, you look at the chaos, you sigh and think, let's freaking go. Whoa. Look, Quo is the #1 rated business business phone system on G2 with over 3,000 reviews, built for how modern teams work. That's why more than 90,000 businesses, from solo operators to growing teams, rely on QO, I'm going to say, to stay connected, professional, and consistently reachable. Dude, it's super easy too. Calls, texts, voicemails, transcripts, and contact details all live in one clean view with full context at your fingertips. Your team communicates faster, stays aligned, and delivers a more personal experience. But make this the year where no opportunity, no customer slips away. Try QO. QUO for free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to QO.com/fighter. That's QUO.com/fighter. QO. No missed calls, no missed customers. Now as I stand here at the funeral of Brian Gallen, we rejoice. Tears fill my eyes, but they're tears of joy. Children sing. With one less coward in the world, one possessed the brown girl on his grave. And we go get ice cream to celebrate his flavors that I've tasted. All his flavors never tasted so good. So you look your head into the sky, you see the clouds are shifting, and the sun shines down on us all. And you hop and you ride and you wild, and immediately starts raw soul. It's so good. My baby was changed. She says, Brian Gallen's dead, and I love you more than I ever have. You can put me in the ass now. Anyway, you gotta be thankful to Brian. But then you remember the days when he would get off the stage and immediately start to cry. No one's ever found so far. No one's known that he had nothing to do about his snow. And the president decides that this will be a national holiday and all the world agrees. And jail reverses itself, and now it's one continent of happy people, and cancer is cured. It's cured. But it's forgotten. Beautiful family. Wife, 4 kids. Take the time to grieve. 2 days later, his ex-wife, she finds herself inspired to get out and start dating again. Immediately she starts seeing a 60-foot, 8-fucking black linebacker for the New York Jets. And they fall in love. And even Brian knows from the heavens above, he cares way better for her than he ever could. He puts his kids through school. Brian's dad calls him son. And he starts doing stand-up and he's actually good. And he goes on Rogan and they talk about wolves. And Rogan says, you're my new best friend. This is Jake. And he forgets Brian Kelly.
I mean, Brian was cool and all, but honestly, I only started seeing him because I thought that it would help me get closer to Frank Caliendo. You know, the impressions guy? So good. Anyway, 5 out of 10 dad, 5 out of 10 husband.
Frank Callen. Man, it was so cool knowing that dude in the beginning. It was cute. He used to ask me tips about fashion, like what to wear. And he tried so hard for like a year or two after that. And it just didn't take, I don't know. Honestly, his fashion even got worse than what I met him after that. It just was downhill from there. You know, not a lot of people know this, but my uncle would shit himself a lot. And he didn't want people knowing. You know, he didn't want people knowing about the helicopter pilot he blew over the Hudson or the zookeeper incident. You know, in the end, you know, just how big he is as a, maybe it doesn't matter, but he didn't want people knowing. I respect picture of the artifact. Yeah, you have a picture of that? Oh, let me scroll up. Close it up, because I don't want to see it.
Are suffering just because they don't.
Yeah, he looks cool. It's like, well, still there now. Still there now. I guess it's TDOBC. I guess that's the Brian Callis. I guess. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, yes, dude. That's like, yes, all right. I guess that's like, I feel like I feel like if I went to see him live, he wouldn't be there. What do you mean? I just feel like maybe that's just, if you buy tickets, I'm sure he'll come out and play songs. All right, well, I don't know. It looks a lot like you with a mustache, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see it. Because he has like a mustache. Yeah. Well, did you tell Blair now? Did you just call his wife? She's like, yeah, I'll send it. I really called in. I was like, I can do it for everybody. That's actually a really good song. Did you help on that? No. Spouse me. Fuck, what was I gonna say? It was Jake. It was my nephew. I was gonna say that. What was I gonna say? What the fuck was I gonna say? Just remember. They said to me, I was like, wait, is the goal for Brian to blow his head off? I got psyched. I was like, oh, I got fucking shit. Lights are from his dick. Okay, here we go. This is the boost I needed. Yeah, that was what my litmus test was. I played for him and I played for Chris and Sam, and they were like, dude, I'm laughing hard. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna stop. How long did you get it in? Dude, I freestyled the song 8 times, and then I just picked the parts I like. Oh, that content, nice. Congratulations, you're talented. Thanks, man. Thank you. We can cut an album together. Yeah. It's good. We're really telling you been working on this. I don't even know Brian. Wait, hold on. You started making a song with Jay? Well, not a lot of accuracy. Yeah. I'm taking this Jim Bridge. Come right on down. Got some fights, guys. UFC 325 and down under. Dude, I'm fucking worried about this card. Because I'm worried I've been a Bull fan since I saw him as the coach on the fighter size. Yes. Both bowling balls have been, and so tough and the wrestlers. Yeah. And honestly, this could be, as a fan, ever since he got knocked out by Islam, like, I feel like he's been very different with the way he takes it. Because usually he'd be like setting people up for the takedown by like drawing in the punch and to end. When Diego hit him last time, there was a couple times I'm like, dude, he might go out. But then he volley one. Yeah, that's he got dropped, but then he beat the shit out. Yeah. But you think that he could have, if he read that tape, then he just come back a lot better? Because this could be, because I will say this has so much going for him career-wise. Like, if he's on the Street Fighter movie, he has a cooking show that we're doing all for. Whenever I see that stuff, though, I go. Whenever I see, you're doing movies, you got a show, in that division, at that weight, where speed and precision make all the difference. He's such a good striker. He has an ability to measure distance. He's got those long arms. I don't know what it is, but he puts his hands in your face better than almost anybody. I just don't see him this. Lopez, I really think it comes down to this. Number one, it's possible that if he's not distracted, I can see that. I don't see that working out with a lot of guys. I'm not worried about Kevin Volkanovski being distracted. He's been doing that for a hot second, and he's at such a high level. My only worry with this is Diego Lopez hit so fucking hard. Skill-wise, Volkanovski's been so better than everything. Except for what about fight IQ? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's fight IQ. That's right. Fight IQ really holds people back, like guys. Like Volkanovski has such a high fight IQ. So for me, I'm always going to go with a skill for the higher fight IQ. That's typically what we're saying. Yeah. So Volkanovski's fight IQ. Somebody would say, well, Lopez is younger, hits really hard, there's all those factors, but that's why he danger. Like Volkanovski's probably going to beat the brakes up again, but all he has to do is land 1 or 2 in this thing. The way he put out Silva, the way Lopez put out, and Silva's a fucking beast. And he put Silva out like he's young too. And I mean, if there was ever a time, this is when you pull him from scared is because I'm such a big fan. If there's ever a time for him to retire, it's going to be in Australia after a loss. it's also like the UFC's kind of pushing the Lopez on us. Like they want to be champ so bad because he got his ass whooped, and then they give like literally he calls that fight an ass whooping though. Yeah, he should have. You think so? Dominated both ways. Yeah. Do you think Lopez is intimidated? Like what's his mentality? No, he thinks he's gonna start drawing. He thinks he's gonna start because he dropped him. He's like, all right, if I clean up some stuff, that's the thing. Because since they last fought, Volkanovski's not better. Lopez is.
Lopez has a weird tick that he does too, which is not good for his striking. I've ever noticed because Lopez, when he was a kid, he was climbing a fence and he fell and it went through his throat. So he always has this nervous tick of always checking to see if it's open. So you'll see him in the middle of the fight touching his neck, and he's like, I can't help it. It's like I've been doing this since I was a kid. And that's not great for when you're striking against someone like Volkanovski.
He was climbing a fence.
Yeah, I guess something from the fence went through his throat.
That's racist. That's what happened. Yeah. It's a hell though.
What is your like? What do you see as the holes in Lopez's game?
Experience for sure. His neck's an issue. It's gonna hold his neck. He's gonna fight in that octagon. Yeah, that's change. It's true. Word Lopez, he just wrestling. The wrestling, the grappling is gonna be an issue for him because Volkanovski, he can fucking wrestle. Look what he did against Makhachev. He's so good at everything. Like he's got his whole. And how old is Volkanovski?
He's 35, right?
So you ever seen the stats on after the age of 34? Yes. It's a disaster. So that way. Yeah, at most weights, especially. Except for you just don't move the way you used to. You just don't move. Your body's a little different. So all signs of what's the odds on this shit? All signs with weight towards, even though he got Molly left in the last one. Diego,
it's not that big of a favorite.
How old is over at even money though? You think that's even money? How old is minus 148? It's almost it's not how old is old? It's starting to start. That's a run of it. It's a disaster. Talk to anybody though, because what about quarterbacks? I mean, they make it to the leaders. 733 is the top ratings in the world. Other sports like John Howard and your knowledge is so good, so you don't have to be if you're able to Jesus 22, you're able to sometimes you're able to predict like the defense, and your IQ is so high, the game so well, the quarterbacks can get away with it.
But like the rule set today favors quarterbacks lasting a lot longer than like the days of even back when Palomo was playing.
You can't touch him.
Like Ray Lewis destroyed him.
You can't touch him. You could hypothetically go a few games without getting sacked once. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just a different game.
Speedy wasn't sacked. I felt really bad for your Denver Broncos.
It's a fucking disaster. You tell me Bo Nix isn't worth 3 points, we should have won. Whatever. But back to Volkanovski, at that age, all signs were good. History point is probably going to lose this fight. Yeah, I'm with him. Volkanovski is my favorite fighter, so I'm rooting for Volkanovski. And it's hard to bet against him. Dude, he's being off the chair. He's so on. That first, I would give it to Volkanovski. First is astonishingly good. Like such a rare human being.
He's that first fight, you would argue, that was the hardest fight, besides the time that Islam got snorched and knocked out. Besides that,
my worst of this fight. I'm close.
Not even yet. Like, no, even Dustin Poirier couldn't keep up, but Dustin's an animal.
Here's what's crazy, though. So, that fight against Islam, I think he was ranked number 1 pound for pound. And he just starches Yair Rodriguez and beats the shit out of him. And then he takes a short notice fight against Islam, the short notice fight against Ilya, and just falls out of the rankings. He was on top of this UFC. He's on top of the world. So now Brown goes 2 stars and be like, dude, what are we gonna do?
He was taking these fights at such short notice that he became a meme at that point. Like they're someone dropped out of the running for the White House, and then you see like him come in. I think that's his biggest mistake he's ever made was taking his on short notice. And then right after a knockout, instead of taking the time to actually recover, people, I didn't know how much of a beast Ilya's was until he knocked him into the night. It was crazy.
Yeah, and now if you see Rothschild'S, like he don't straight up like his makers on screen, like his don't pay off. Money wise, he's good. Yeah. I would argue that career wise, that really fucked him. But he's also a guy like if he's not fighting, he has depression. Yeah, like he doesn't know what to do. Fights so good, little fights. Is that most guys? Not me, but I guess. Well, see, they don't have anything to put their energy into, so it's kind of like extreme compared to like soldiers, like veterans, like they get done, or even NFL players, they get done. It's like you're in the real world where it's tough to get that fucking endorphins.
When you watch a fight, are you watching it like here's what I would do, here's what I would do, here's what I would do?
Only heavyweights. You smaller weight than them. Now, if a guy's making a mistake, then I can see it trying to say nuts. Like when Patty Pimlet Patty Pimlet. I'm trying to think there's another. No, not Aaron Pico for sure. There's a fight on Saturday's card where I'm like, dude, who was this? I don't know why that drove me fucking nuts. He's so boring. Last week, it was so like, if you just throw the fucking left hook, dude, he kept throwing the right hand, and the guy would just go to his left. I'm like, what? You keep throwing the fucking right hand.
Well, Patty was actually like circling to Justin's power hand, which was wow. What are you doing?
Amateur.
Yeah, wow. Justin is he's throwing heavy punches, and you're like, I'm gonna circle to that fist, which is crazy. I don't know. Do you think that the high folks had that much of a? I think he still gets put on his ass. I think so. Yeah, I think still. I think there's such a discrepancy in skill. It's starting to be a little crazy with how many high folks are making a difference. Like
I don't know how many people got lose vision.
I would. If you poke somebody back twice, you lose the fight. We saw that with Sue Rose, right? She's gonna have a tube in her eye for the next 3 months. Yeah, she's going to surgery, tear, all this shit. Christ. They do have no levels.
Let me see, but no.
I don't know, because you can't change the gloves, right?
Listen, this is a simple song. I don't know how many fucking times we had to say it on a podcast. If it was intentional, unintentional, you take the point, I can guarantee you, knowing these fighters, they will stop giving people these. So no, it's gonna happen. No one. There's no one. Groin kicks, hands grab, eye poke. You fucked up. Whether it's intentional or unintentional, you take the point. I can guarantee it still happen by accident sometimes. I guarantee you it goes severe.
Think so?
It's a good guarantee.
It really is the best solution because if you lose a fight by a point, in your heart you go, it was an accident, I won that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It really is a good solve.
And I guarantee guys aren't going to be reaching out anymore. It's like, hey, buddy, you're down a point. You have a 3-round fight. You're fucked.
Yeah.
That means you have to kick ass the next 2 rounds.
And now with the new bonus structure, you want to come out. You don't want to lose that chance of fighting.
Yeah, just 2 lads on all. It's just 2. And again, this is the thing. This is the commission.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with it.
How do you feel about the rest of this card besides?
Go back to the Australia card. I'll tell you what, it's better than last week.
You think so?
I can almost guarantee there will be more action on this main card.
On Taiwan fight. It's been a while.
Tai Tuivasa, he's better. He listens to the doctor. Oh shit, he's fucking cool, everybody. He's must see TV.
He is fun.
Except for that last Rothschild'S was bad. Fucking bad.
He's on 5-fight losing streak.
He's fought some fucking. That's so interesting that somehow.
So you see him in 6 matches, lost. We won't see. Don is unusual on the feet. Power had him on his.
I think that's with Tai Tuivasa, he doesn't have his tools in.
Yeah.
He just has his toolbox. It's just with the hands that it works. So just nothing else. Yeah, screw that. No, that's it. It's one hand. I go wild. That's it. Yeah. How do you feel about that? I don't know. It's not best. PSD fucking it's hard to pay. Wow, 100 win. I think you do. Yeah. Because he's a fucking Fish and Oakley's an animal. It's not good. That's my favorite color on the card. It's my favorite color on the card. That's what I'm saying. There's like the three classifieds thing. He's doesn't get knocked out by a hard punch. They go back and forth. That's fun. Hooker's never gonna win, right? No, she seems a fucking animal. She's an animal. It's time to go. That's a he's becoming like a new novice. He doesn't see so I guess don't realize like 8 nights ago, like it's not launched. It's like tough. He is. I mean, I don't like fun antics. But really, also Hooker won 3 in a row, and then also you don't say just this rookie. Yeah, Marvin, speaking of people who are rich, that it doesn't make them any less of a fighter. Marvin is a fucking beast. I think you see that clip where he goes, yeah, when you're rich like me, I should call my dad. Oh my God, my dad needs 500,000. Why is 500,000? He's Bruce Wayne in real life. Yeah. If I said to you, you're gonna have to put your life savings on this fight, you gotta take a side. You gotta take a side. Sure, kid. Get into it. Oh, don't bear it. Right now, first of all, I would not put any money on any the kid who had Joe Perry problem. I guess he comes back up and force you to put his house on the market. And he put his house on the market and said, oh, my house on the market for $2.5 million. So he goes, hey, if you agree to find out, buy the house. That's so wow. This is so gangster. This is so gangster. Because now you gotta fight him. Yeah, like gangster shit. You gotta be like, oh, fuck you. I want to put money on myself. Supposedly, I had money. Yeah, that guy wants to be your ass. He does, but he kind of screwed himself by not showing up to that fight. Like, he had the chance to fight Islam, and that would have so that was but Saruki, I think it's actually hernia was killing him. He had a hernia when he lost all the weight, and he couldn't move. So you don't think it was that neck crank thing he did with Nina Drama? No. Like, right before the fight? Yeah, but that injury, can't fight, it's serious. Yeah. I mean, it's like what could be went to the hospital. So I think it's the best thing that ever happened. Because think about, let's say he took that fight, never lost. Yeah, maybe, who knows, but let's say he took that fight, he would have no incentive to go on the streaming, to give it, to social media. Like, by the UFC discipline him, now he's, dude, I think now he doesn't have Tom's podcast. Dude, he's massive. Dude, he's massive. He's like, I don't know, right now, like, as far as relevant, top 5 in the UFC, 100%. But before, he wasn't even the top 5. He's on Hayden Ross's podcast. He's a huge killer. Yeah, all these fucking people. If you watch Nina's content, he's probably the best she's had on his awesome. He's very fun. He's great. For such a, you would think he'd be boring, but somehow he's not. He's great. Not a lot of people are talking about this. He just came out and said, if they don't give me Taporia or Red Wolves is the other option. But he's like, if they don't give me them two, then I'm dropping the Gaethje. I'm going to drop down a weight class. And I wonder how he would do with that big of a cut. Because that's a tough weight class. It'd be fun. You think he does good? Yeah. Really? Even that dry out. He's such a gangster, man. You know the guy who goes, maybe it's not for you, George goes, he knows until you've seen him. George does that thing. He's a free wrestler, he's basically the exercise. He's just countless ways he was as a choreographer. It's not how he feels pictures. But he's out here so good. He fucked up more shit out of it. What's his name?
What up, Ice Fan?
Yes.
How do you live in
Oh my
Kent?
God, it's probably phoning from Australia if your phone is so bad.
What's going on?
I can just about hear what you're saying.
Can you repeat that, please?
Do you like wetting yourself? Do you like letting go of pee in your clothes or in bed while you're having sex?
No, that sounds like my thing.
Have you ever been really desperate for a pee?
Yeah, dogs, a lot of times.
If you ever wet yourself for whatever reason, desperation, drunkenness, sexual excitement, naughtiness, I'd love to talk to you.
Cool dog. Man, we're sitting with him. Pick up his dog, so you kind of hit the nail on the head. Why? Oh, because my bladder's full. What do you want me to do about it, baby? It's her bitch. Look at this athleticism, though.
You are. Pretty sure as fuck. Yeah, he's straight. You don't realize how big he is until you see him in real life. That's why. Yeah, you know how mean comics are to me for years. How like none of them would say that to your face ever. I told you the story, that side of the story from my ex when we had that little thing online, and then so basically my ex was like, oh, he's just jealous. And I was talking about this rap, yeah, man. It's like, oh, he's jealous because you're strong and you're funny and you can kick the shit out of him. And I went, easy. I love the support. Reality. I react and leave it. Let's just cut it. I'll be honest though, I didn't realize how strong you are. Pretty strong as well. Golden State, that's where this is going. I will say this.
So,
I think the
look at
way
this.
how that match goes all depends on what style JoJo gets washed. I mean freestyle. Freestyle? That's what it is. Yeah, if it goes box style, I think he. Armin's not gonna be. He's not gonna go. That's that international circuit is freestyle. Correct. I don't know why we don't do freestyle in the US like that. It would be crazy if Georgia beat. That'd be fucking awesome. Armin's so skilled. But Armin just beat the shit out of him. That's not him. Yeah. 3-time All-American, Ohio State, technical. God damn. You know how hard that is in that competition. He's Armin a decorated wrestler. Well, his coach was not a competitor. He comes from. None of that matters. Like, what's his pedigree? It doesn't matter. Like, what's his actual pedigree? That's why I think it's cool. It's like training Olympics. He wrestles all the time. It has been forever. Now, what's his credential? He has no credentials, which is even sicker to me. That he has that damn good. There has to be. His background has to be. Freestyle wrestling, master of sports. So he probably has like some fun knowledge of master of sports. Yeah. Fine with that. Yeah, he didn't just get good wrestling coaches. He get good at wrestling. I'm training for that. Ice hockey. Yeah. But he was never like a state champion or is he from California? Armin? Yeah. No. I thought he grew up in Southern Russia. They do master of sports. If you see master of sports, those boys. Yeah. That's like our boys play baseball here. Travel ball teams. They're master of sports. It's all the sports. It's just master of sports. So you're a freak. It's just what they do. When you're an athlete, that's what you're doing. It's a science for them. It's a whole different thing. That's so shit. You know, it's just like the kids here grow up playing baseball, football. They grow up with wrestling. Yeah, the kids in my high school that were like captain of the football team were also captain of pro sport, also captain of basketball. Yeah, it's always a couple. Yeah, he's a stud though, man. We'll see, right? We'll see. We don't know what. Yeah, we'll see against Warrior. We'll see against. I just don't know what the UFC does to him. Diego was like, "Hey, he needs one more." Even now, he needs one more. You give Bruce a killer. At 55, shit. 55. How arbitrary is that? Is that just standing on like that's crazy. It feels like it's not like a real sport. It's like unfortunate. It's like even the rankings don't matter. He's the number one contender. But he's like, no, just in case. It's fine to get past the cover. I need like 5 more minutes for the water. So yeah, but it's like I'm better than all that. They go, the logical one is just engagement. Right? That's if you look at rankings. I don't know. They can't do that to Justin. Like, hey, Justin, here's an awful matchup. You're going to get interim champ. So we know you should fight Delirium, or we should reward you with coming winner. Here's Armin to Ruki. They're not going to do that favor to Armin. Because they who else would they cage him? Sean Brady or someone. Did Armin lose to Oliveira? Which did Justin lost to Charles? No, Oliveira. And Armin lost to Charles. Yes. It's so Armin beat Charles. Yeah. In the 3rd round, Charles started whooping his ass. It was a 3-round fight. If that was 5 rounds, he would have lost that fight. You know what's pretty interesting? That Oliveira was able to take him down, or was he able to stop the takedown? No, he had some success. And then as Armin got tired, he was good at scrambling. Just to want to beat the dog shit. Beat the shit. And Armin had a battle. They would have lost in this fight. I guess you can't do MMA back. Sometimes I like it. You should. Yeah, I like to. Right, Tim, you should. Especially last time you see him in real life. That's what you know. What's a good fight between 3 years? Like, no fight. I would say that. But I like somebody on like 8th ranked. Does Max Holloway make sense? Does Max Holloway even make sense? Max has a fight. Yeah, Max has a fight over Charles Oliveira. I would give him. You have to give him Justin. We all want everybody's thinking number 2. I can't do Justin. Justin's the interim champion. He's the Justin. And here's the thing, Justin's he's staying before he gets Justin already has a belt. So why would Justin fight Armin? They owe Justin. So for Justin, it's like, if it's not Connor, Justin has to fight. Yes, because they hold that belt. He's the interim belt. Usually that guy has to fight with the UFC. So the argument would be like, what is interim belt? He has to fight up to here. I can't, that was forwards.
Like it just doesn't work that way. So Justin's gonna go, okay, I'm the interim belt holder, so by contract I have to fight no period or bust. And like, yeah, we hear you. Go, what about Connor? Because I'll take that. So if they go Armin's like, no, that makes no sense. Armin doesn't have a belt, why would I fucking defend an interim belt with a champion? Right? It just makes sense.
I think you're kind of right too. Like after you go past the top 5 in this division, it's like it's okay.
It's a shit show. Yeah, it's like, okay, for a total period, it's like if he beats Armin, he's gonna go fight Popovich. There's nothing left for him to do.
Sure.
It's kind of a shit show. Now, for Armin, they could, if they're feeling froggy, they could get out of it. They hate you.
That would be a good fight. Not a good fight, but it would be to itself. If they're protecting him,
I think that'd be smart. I think we need stars.
yeah. And he is really, I think he's one of the biggest faces in the UFC, even though he didn't win this fight.
Top 3. I think he has.
I will say Islam is probably the biggest face and name in the sport.
How dare you? You're a terrorist, but
He is, dude.
in America?
Not America, worldwide.
Oh, yeah. Worldwide is massive, but so is
Every person,
massive.
yeah,
Worldwide.
every person who is Muslim is a huge, and there's a lot of them. You go on any,
I don't know.
Russians, like anytime a Dagestani fights, and you look at like the ESPN
Oh, things are wild.
comment section, it's just like praising and Allah.
Yeah. Alex Vieira is probably their biggest star.
You think he's bigger than Islam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a knockout artist, right?
Yeah, so we need to see her.
Yeah.
Also, we need to see Alex versus John Jones fight this card.
I believe that would be interesting. You think 100% John Jones does it? I don't know how Alex deals with Jones wrestling.
He is literally outshot John Jones. If he has a punch in your eyes, who does? Nobody.
No, that's all. Because John,
You think so? Really?
because John has to look great. Like, I know you're wrong, nothing to do, but like against Steven, it's like, all right.
You see what he did against God compared to what Tom arguably was losing.
Yeah, for sure, you don't have that map there. Then also, Cyril, he's like, maybe a 2-stripe white belt, shit his pants. John just came up and basically did a third grade.
And he just neck cracked him and just choked him.
He really just walked up to him and it was like, like my son does to his little brother. It's fucking amateur. So John at heavyweight, he's undefeated, but he's blowing the doors off anybody. Like you watch
Would you think like watching LeBron now where it's like he was,
there's greatness in you see some greatness, but it's a fraction of what he used to be. Sure. And if you're going based off of one round, Tom gets through. It's wild though. Dude, he just doesn't fight. He'll fight once every 3 years, right? John. What's the deal? That's what he wants to do.
he wants to make money.
Yeah, he wants money.
That's all
How
I'm
much
about.
is he training? I don't know.
I think he's training a lot. He's training with Gordon Ryan. He's training with Cable Stevenson. Cable Stevenson is one of the greatest American wrestlers of all time. And that's his wrestling partner. And then the greatest jiu-jitsu guy in the world, Gordon Ryan, is his jiu-jitsu partner. So
And you're training that much, Brian. You're training that much. That's why, because I really apply myself like by the time, not to be a dick, but by the time I'm 60 on TRT, I'm going to be, right, fights once every 60. I'm going to be a problem. I think we should set it up. Can you talk to some people? I tried. Yeah, man, there's no league. There's no one's going to sanction. We'll get a young guy. Get him a young guy, Brazilian guy.
let's make it happen right now. Who's an influencer that you feel like would be a good
Dude, Jake Paul, Brian Callen. I think you would help him knock his chin into the What about Adam 22?
I'm gonna say Adam 22 would be a good fight for Brian.
You saw his fight winner against the other guy's wife. I like Adam a lot. He doesn't have a box. So Brian would be on that.
You think so? Brian would kick this shit. Do you think if Jason Lowe, you could beat?
I do.
That's not good.
I think he doesn't have a box. I bet he hits so hard, I think he'll just walk through. It'd be like Patty just. I just walk in. That's not true. That's just not true. Okay, do you think you have knockout power? In what case? I think I can hit him. I think if I hit him in the face with a right or in a hook, I think he's gonna go, oh no, I've done it. The guy's that big, that young. Now it's been a while since I've been really sparring. When I was sparring I was with some guys who were not, they weren't boxers, but they were big and strong. They sucked. You know how that is. I do know how you can. I know exactly. You're really athletic and strong. You don't know how to throw your punches. I'm going to punch you in the face.
So, Misfit Boxing was willing to pay you a couple mil to fight Jason Love. You do exactly. Yeah.
Honestly, Brian, Jason Love, Brian, 100 times.
I know Brian's more skilled, but I just don't know.
It makes a big power difference. It makes a huge. It makes a big difference. Howard's
Is he what, like 100 pounds heavier than you?
He's probably like 200 pounds. He's a big and strong guy. He's heavy 200. He's a big guy. 6'5". He's 6'5". He's huge. 6'5", 235. I take large, but that's so small. But I was going to mention can we see a picture of him? That's a pose. No, you got this. No, keep talking that shit. Yeah, not full skill. Not well. Anyway. Yeah, it's Mayweather is a fruit punch. That's Mayweather. Look up Brian Callen.
What would it say your height weight?
I mean, I'm 5'10", 170, and I'm 60. I don't know. I mean, I will say, like, I'm 22. Yeah, but that's a lot of. That's a hard fight. It's just so big. 235, 65. That's
What if the contract's right? You doing it?
I would do it. I don't think it's sanctioned. When was that? Dude, honestly, John sanctioned it. They sanctioned it. I don't know. Who's never fought before? I guess I think you're out. I actually have a better shot with that. I'll put Jordan Lewis down.
When we could feel like this.
How long ago? I was in Austin 10 years ago. I was in Austin. What was that? The Center of Comedy Jam. Oh, you kind of checked this 2017. I was boxing. I was getting dizzy this one. I was getting hit.
There's so many people that's running real close.
Get that shit off. 1, 2, 3. This guy kind of gay. I'm with him. Right. But,
Now it's getting gay.
yeah. I I'm probably like 3 times stronger than you can get back.
He's technical.
I do try. I won't say boxing is guys who don't know how to box. I don't think you can see it. Hard. Yeah, there are a lot of guys like Jason Love who are strong. They're throwing haymakers, but it changes for them when they get
I just weather the storm a little bit.
when they get hit. It changes. Jordan loves the corner. But Jason loves also Drake. He's just a lot bigger. This is such a stupid argument. Now against M22, who does, you can tell he doesn't like to get hit. Jordan loves Jason loves to see like you don't like fucking like getting hit. Yeah, you're gonna have a problem. Yeah, you're gonna have a problem. You guys think Brian, with no pro boxer, is gonna stick a jab and do footwork and voodoo? No. Jason will just gonna fucking come like a giant black guy throwing fucking haymakers, and one's gonna land, and he's 60, John. So stop setting him up for good like a disaster.
More of a giant black guy in that category, I would give yes.
The single break. This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance, fiscally responsible financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are some of the things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it. So your dollar goes a long way. So visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Company affiliates potential savings will vary not available in all states or situations.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. Like Joe Dirt, Pixels, and 51st Dates. And TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghost. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
You're welcome. Adam 22, you can tell that does not want to be in. I think he could box his ears off. And also, I feel like I'm trying to do more famous. I didn't realize he was 6'5", 230. I did, but I thought that shit was like Jesus. Yeah, he's huge. Here, can you bring up? Because Adam's huge. Adam's 6'4". Adam's not 6'4". Adam is very big. So it says 6 feet here. He's taller than that. Well, I don't think so. He's a big boy. Okay, you can bring up Adam next to Jason Butler. Is he how tall are you? 6'4". 6'4". He's not 6'2". I think those guys are smaller. I think everybody's huge. Like, I'm bigger than Adam. I would not label Adam a big guy. I mean, so if Jason Butler is 6'5", Adam is 6'4". Look at that. I don't understand. He's not 6 foot. He's a lot taller than that. That's wrong. He's definitely like 6. He's tall. You maybe 6'2". The thing I noticed about him is he was fucking tall. I think he's taller. I really do. Here, bring up when Adam did our podcast. I mean, he's just as tall. He's very tall. If Jason Love is 6'5", which I don't think he is. Well, you can't really tell. He's tall. Wake up and think, Ryan, what's that like? That's a terrible name. Yeah, but that is how tall he was. You see Brian and looking. Yeah, I guess that, yeah, he was as tall as you. I remember him being very tall. But you're also leading. So you're talking about also level on the camera. So Jason Love is 6'5". That's fucking nuts, man. That's a big fella. I believe in you. No, I don't believe in that. Too big. But they're too big. Yeah, he's huge. He looks about the same size. Yeah, he's fucking your size. You also have a skew thing because you're fucking giant. And you guys are smaller, so I think, but I think everybody's big. Well, he is big. I'm not an idiot. If you're over 6, it's like, I have a eye that can measure stuff. Yeah, but he's like, I'm like, what? I was standing next to him, dude. He's 6 feet. He's 6 feet. I'm like, what? No, I was next to him, dude. And I just proved it with a picture. You're talking about the photo? Yeah, it's your height. It's 6'5". It's your height. It's your height. We're not actually talking. I'm telling you, I remember him being very tall. We don't need to go off of it. And now he's 6'5" is objectively big. 6'5" is big for sure. He's not 6'5". He's 6'4", and you're 6'3". Like we just saw pictures. He's right up there with the. He's a big dude. 6'3". Don't you do that? Yeah, don't you do that? So much more. Yeah. We're not all waiting for that. If I say 6 fucking it's not different here. If I say 6 feet, I don't know. My God, that gets huge. Do you know what percentage of the world goes? Stop. Do you know what percentage of the population in America is 6'4"? What percentage do you think? 1%. 4%. 4%? Yeah. And it always has on. If you're an outlier, it's very rare. But it's not that 6'5" is huge and 6'3" is small. They're both. It's not small. I'm 6'2". I slap 6'3". That's a big one. You're not skewed. I'm pretty tall. The average person is that good. Yeah, that's true. You're a 6'2" and 3/4. Yeah, you're a 6'4" professional. I think, of course, you're not going to call it a monster. Yeah, no. Well, I would give him 6'2". Either way, Jason Love a little too big. Too much. Even if you know that box, if he was older, yeah, but you get hit with a dude who's like probably 35. I think if you weighed 6, I think you could make. I don't know, man. That's a lot of body. You can kick with it all. Yeah, flat or kick with it all. Look at this. You look terrible, though. Yeah, well, Dave, I look terrible. Adam's he's about the same height as Jason. Yeah, it's not Jason can't really box, but if he does that, that's a lot. He's gonna be a problem for anyone with no experience. He's gonna be a big problem. And because he also starts throwing straight punches as well. And Adam's not engaging either. And once he has a hurt, he just starts fucking wailing on him.
It's hard to even tell because Adam just winces every time his body's flat.
I don't think Adam threw a punch.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he did.
It's hard when somebody's gonna make your face like that. After he had sex with his wife? Yeah. Buddy, stop talking to this guy. What are you doing? This guy alone. Leave him alone.
Did you get a video of after the fight? Did you see the video that Adam and Lena made? It's Adam in bed with a cardboard cutout of him kissing him together, saying they're sorry. It's like a ritual.
He needs to watch some. They did tell him that his wife's job is to be a sex worker. That guy's one of the best in the business. Yeah, but you don't then fight him. Yeah, I think I would not. Maybe Adam just didn't know, too. The other thing is, if you've never boxed, you don't know. You get in there and you're like, oh, he did it just for views and money.
That's the real right.
But Jason loves a fucking rock now, dude. I mean, come on. He is in shape. I just was raised different, I guess. I think we all were. I hope so. I don't get it. I like Adam, but this is like so cringy. What are you doing? It's like when I see hard one of our American culture, I just bum out. I just thought, yeah, that's it's not inspiring. If he's like, oh, dude, I made that out of work. Yeah. Now we got TRT, that's exactly. That's exactly. What do you think's gonna happen if I get a change at all? It's gonna be you are. You're gonna put muscle on. Yeah, you will. You will. I hope so. Right.
You're gonna be one of those Florida TRT old men.
You know where you're gonna tell?
If I've learned anything in my life, it's that saying is true. Give a man a fish, and he'll eat for a day. Teach a man how to fish, and 2 years later, this joke is for Steven.
Dude, you hooked up, especially with my girl and her family. That was the most nervous I've been.
Yeah, but you had some time.
Yeah, I did almost, was it 37 minutes I did them?
Did they like it?
Yeah, they killed out. Because I was a little nervous because, they're very religious and, yeah, so I was like scared how they were going to take, because when you get to that much material, you're going to touch on some subjects that are like a little.
Dude, what was great was when they were trying to give away, they overbooked. That was pretty cool. On Saturdays.
I was there.
Yeah, that would have been fun. That was nuts. As in Canada, they fucking cut out.
Yeah, Canada's great.
I got Calgary in March.
That was the best. Because I thought he was going with you to
started out. You know who else thought that? Me at 5 a.m. I got my way to put Nicholas on the passport. They couldn't change it. I don't even think they gave me a refund. That ticket cost me like $700.
You paid $700 to not hang out with Nick for the weekend.
Oh, because I'm the.
You can't put the full name. It's got to match your passport.
Yeah, I didn't even get it. It's so ridiculous. I was just like, yeah. No, it's honestly whack that they don't just go, it's fine. Man, Air Canada, you absolutely suck. And Air Canada, I fucking filed a complaint. You didn't respond. Fucking Air Canada, you suck. They suck. I could have gotten on a flight. No, you got to talk to the airline. They're the worst, charging me more. They want to try to be fun of them. You guys fucking suck. Did you say for Canada? I don't fucking know. Yeah, in March, but they suck. Air Canada sucks. They suck. It's like I even said to them, I go, you guys fuck me, man. It's like they're charging me. You had room on the airline. I could have just jumped on the plane and go charge me $400. So fuck you guys, man. The worst customer service in the world. It was a 2-hour wait for Expedia. You guys suck. Get better. Air Canada, do better.
Yeah, hands him like you did.
Did you hear this guy? Me too.
Anything else, Jim? You guys want some current
That's hard as well.
Is there any boxing going on, or is it just dead right now?
Mario Tio Como and Sugar
You got some current events.
Let's do the video guys after the gym. Not exactly.
Well,
We can round it out.
it's up to you guys.
What's the current events?
Refresh the days. You want to cover this?
It's fine. It's fine.
This is a drink take on Fighter Pay. On UFC Fighter Pay.
We've got UFC pay and stuff like that. The UFC aren't doing anything wrong. That's just their model as a business. It's incredible that they can get their talent to fight at those numbers, given the revenue for the show. I just find it fascinating that you can have a situation where you take $11 million on the game. You talk about the value of a Paramount, who knows what the allocation is to individual events. What you look at, everything like that, I'll call it 25 million, 30 million plus endorsements on the night. But again, we've got in dollars out there. You're talking about $50 million of revenue. And the entire black card getting 5 million, probably less. You're talking about 10% of your revenue going up to Fighter Pay. What a business, beyond boxing, you're talking more like 70 or 80% of your revenue going to Fighter Pay. 12 is all right. We're making a lot more money. But paying them just in case you make it for the weekend. If that doesn't ruffle the feathers of the UFC roster, like you said, maybe nothing ever will. When we talk about UFC pay,
There's so much more diversity in boxing where you could have, there's so many different avenues. UFC has such a monopoly on the sport. Even like the NFL, like, or one, like,
They're all.
yeah,
There's only one.
I think that at the end of the day, it just keeps a lot of people out of the games. I think, like the real stars. I think people go, I'm not doing that. I can tell you, like most people will talk today, and they go, you want to be an MMA fighter? You make no money at all. And then they point to people like who are stars who don't make money.
what does Canelo make on a boxing match?
But I think it hurts. Ultimately, it hurts the business. Ultimately, it hurts the sport. Ultimately.
And what's a high level contract in UFC compared to 5 million? So 5 million for 50 million.
And 5 million is really rare.
Yeah.
That's
You're not your Connor check?
Yeah, that's rare. And what's the justification for why it has? Because they can.
Because they're the only.
Because they can, but I think ultimately
The argument would be is there's been so many other leagues that pop up. You know, we're doing 50-50 split. There's UFC is the most successful and only successful combat company of all time. Yeah, anyone that does it anything different, like look at boxing. Okay, so Canelo makes whatever, 100 million, 125 million. Okay, you know, you show you a few outliers, but house boxing, they don't have TV right anymore. Like they're not flourishing. UFC's flourishing. Yeah, UFC's crushing. Yeah, they're on CBS, Paramount. So to David's defense, I don't know. Unfortunately, it might just be
that's what I would say.
The fight.
They figured out the business model. They figured it out. And I'm watching. I just think ultimately,
I find when he has his ultimate, like, you know, my son is gifted athletically. I would never let him.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Go play baseball.
You're gonna have. That's what I'll tell you. Where you're gonna have. If you keep doing this, you'll have 0 Americans fighting, and you'll have all Russians and Eastern Europeans and people from those countries. That's what you do. That's what you want. And I think what that does is it's ultimately gonna hurt your American market share, your English market share. It's gonna hurt your entire market share.
To tag onto that, with D1 sports paying now, like you got wrestlers who are getting paid very well to not get punched in the face.
That's right.
They're actually getting paid very well. Why are you?
And you hear horror stories of fighters that retire and they're broke.
Yeah.
You know, with CTE. That's fucking terrible.
You gotta go.
You would never let your sons fight. Never. There's no. All right, go ahead.
Let's take a little break here. I'll tell you what we're doing. We're talking about true classic. Our ride or die. Our boy Ryan started from the bottom. Now he's here. When I say now he's here, you see him in the UFC. You see him at Costco. You see him at Target. You see him at Amazon. He's everywhere now.
They sold 25 million shirts, okay, to 5 million customers. They've got more than 200,000 5-star reviews. I guess all those people are wrong. I guess all those people should come out here. Exactly.
It's It's the best tees, joggers, button-ups. Their t-shirts, if you see me in white tee, it's true freaking classic. It's all we rock here. They're absolutely crushing it. It is the best essentials you can possibly get. It fits so damn good, you're not gonna find it anywhere else. It's true classic or bust.
My buddy comes is dating a gal from a very wealthy family. He wore only true classic. He was wearing this one. They go, this mom was, well, you dress so well. Well, where's that? Where's that from? He said, and he just goes, it's some Italian company.
Oh wow, it worked.
It worked.
You could have just said it's true classic.
You look great. It's great stuff.
Dude, again, you find that at Amazon, Target, Costco, Sam's Club, or head on over to True Classic like we do. TrueClassic.com/fighter to grab the perfect tee, jogger, button-up. They got it all. It's TrueClassic.com/fighter.
Yeah, so did you see this? What did he throw on it? What did he throw?
Abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think we got that. It's twitching.
Lieutenant Secretary Christino must resign or face impeachment.
Look at her, she came at him. Elon came at him.
It's definitely staged, yeah. That's fake.
Especially, I don't think it's staged. Show the other angle that I said. He ran at her and away from her at the same time.
This is the guy.
He's not well.
So yeah, he got paid 100 bucks.
You can see something's wrong with 100%. It's just every guy on Nina Drama's page that goes, married, by the way. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's all there. He didn't look like he was there, but she came out of it. She was like, you don't think goes stage? No. Listen, I'll tell you this about Elon Omar. I may disagree with her, but I think she's gorgeous. Yeah, she's gorgeous. Go back to,
I don't think I've ever seen her. Let me see her.
she's beautiful. She's looking for Somali women. Somali women for that part of Africa are gorgeous. They're made for their beauty.
Keep bringing up a picture chick. She's like,
Look at her body. She's like,
I can't. There's a huge desk.
I didn't see what she walks out.
She has some sweater puppies.
She's just pretty. She's super pretty.
Yeah, she got my type.
Yeah, she's right there. Yeah, she's gorgeous. That's me right there. You can say whatever you want about Elon Omar. She's really cute. You know, that's Somali women and Ethiopian women, Eritrean women are fucking gorgeous.
No body shots. Everything's covered up. How do we know?
She is. You can see her. She's show respect. She's married to her brother. For real? Yeah. Well, that was an immigration employer. Look at her there. Much worse. There are a lot of really good photos for her. It's kind of beautiful. You can't deny that. She's gorgeous. You can disagree with her politics, but I don't think he was splashing her because he's like, you're funny. Dude, I just like it. Let me see that video again. I think she was at her husband. She made him look good. I can't tell. No. I think so, yeah. Yeah, bro. Come on. She went to that big chick maybe because he's still a big kid, bro. Got a great picture. She's adorable. She's feisty. She's cute. Yeah.
Brian said go back to the bit for a politician, you know. Yeah. That's why. But AOC is bad shit crazy. I don't really think she's really not.
Drinking boys before.
Really?
Yeah. She's
fucking like
gorgeous. Yeah. She's hot.
Sure, if I was around, I'd probably start agreeing with her. Just
watch Elon. Watch Elon. She comes at him. Look at this face.
I'm like, this shit's crazy.
She came at him.
Yeah, it's all fake. But can you imagine
a Che Guevara shirt?
Yeah, but hey, how about this?
He's a giant communist man. In one word.
Oh, whatever she done had.
Open the borders. She goes spill some blood on something. She did come out of that. That was what made me, like, I don't know, like, man, girl, you guys sucks, dude. I had to send this. Candace Owens said the dumbest thing on the internet yesterday. Oh, really? Read this, right?
She comes back online after an internet blackout. I grew up in Connecticut. I've truly never seen an ice like this ever. The temperature's 30 degrees, but the ice on our treetops is not melting at all. Never seen anything like this. Anybody else? I will take a video.
You understand why that's fucking stupid, right? Look at the temperature, she said.
30 degrees.
What is the temperature? Freezing? Freezing. That's freezing.
I know. Because 30 degrees is freezing.
Yeah. That's why the ice is not melting.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she thinks it's someone with a small head.
Yeah. It's blaming Israel. She literally is tweeting this as if like someone did the weather. Her and Tucker Carlson just had. She goes, I will take a bit of sugar, that's what I mean, but it's almost like a dry ice. Her and Tucker, it's taking out an absurd amount of trees. Again, this is 30 degrees. Her and Tucker, the ice is tripping. They make Sam Tripoli look like me. Even Sam goes, all right, hold on. This is what I fucked up.
Yeah, for real. Because you know that she's trying to hint towards the Jews are creating fake snow.
Hey, dude, it's almost like a temperature. Why ice? You see our boy Kanye West pulled out a apology page ad for the Wall Street Journal saying, hey, sorry about the anti-Jew stuff. And he's changing his name back to Kanye West instead of Ye. Yeah, but is that not a step in the right direction? Should he not apologize? No, he should. I think what you start to find out, though, is that that kind of behavior has consequences, and it's not free. And people don't want a pretty heavy consequence. It'll never go away. No, I know. But at least he's like, yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, he was bipolar and kind of crazy. It's better than not, but when you write songs, though, and you sell swastika those things, if I was Jewish, I'd be like, you're out so much that guy. Yeah. And it was a slapper. And it you shouldn't have made it. You should have made it good. That thing fucking slapped. You should have made it good. Yes, probably. He's so talented. It's like, just change the lyrics like it is. Well, he's, I don't believe it's his bipolar behavior. I thought it was deliberate. No, I know bipolar people, they're not all Nazis. They're like one of us. Bipolar Jews. Nazi, and you're selling swastikas. You're celebrating what the Nazis did. Oh, you're coming up with merch. It's a little fucked up, right? It's not fucked up. I got no sympathy for it personally. It's not a thing. You can't be like, oh, guys, that was like my Nazi hate. Yeah, killing children and women and just entire genocide is what apparently genocide. That's what it is. You guys have a tough time coming back. Yeah. He still has fans though. John Longley. That's why it was stupid to begin with, because nobody was a fan of you because they were like aligned with what they thought you think about the Holocaust. It was just such a weird to go over here. By the way, and then I have an album. Like, just do music, dude. There's something pretty big before each album. Yeah, some wild shit always. This one was that was great. His girl's naked. It's such a liability. Imagine just being like his boy. Like, dude, maybe not that. It's like, no, it's how bald is that? Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say. Maybe we disagree with him. He probably gets rid of it. Or they quit. There's like, get them out. That's the thing. His manager's fighting Brian. Yeah, that's it.
His name is John Monopoly.
What a crazy ass name. He's bald. Yeah, he's
dude, black people get to have such cool names in show business.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I would literally never trust a guy named John Monopoly. My guess is with Kanye, my guess is what's going on is that trying to get a loan to run any kind of a business or putting on trying to rent why is he dressed like Han Solo? He's fucking that shit is a Han Solo. But I think that with Kanye, he might be finding that actually putting on a concert, getting people to, he can't do any venues. There you go. If anyone did, it sold out of goals. Sure. Yeah. But in America, they don't fuck with it. People will find ways to, when you go to a concert, you know,
selling out an arena.
In America, 100%. But you think what was that?
He's selling an arena out if he does a concert.
Yeah. He sold one out already, but that's why what he did is so short-sighted, because if people see you
do a bunch of Nazi stuff and then still come to support you just for the music because they like the songs, it means that your message isn't really penetrating anyway, so you didn't need to do that. It's not like you force a bunch of Kanye fans into Nazis. What are you doing? It's so stupid. He's trying to get insurance for your bed. Trying to get all these things. His bank dropped. So that's crazy when your bank fucking drops. Right. When someone goes, we don't want your money. Well, but you're gonna see but you're gonna see that you're Swedish Mexican. Yeah. You're gonna see like you can't get a good matzo ball soup. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. Yeah, I mean, he was literally like a genius. I mean, he still is. He's an asshole. Oh, because there's a large side of him that's an asshole. That's asshole behavior. To me, it's like maybe because I'm a student of fucking history. I know there's a lot of revisionist history out there with all the geniuses who are historians on podcasts who are saying that 6 million people were killed. Yeah, okay. I know because they're the ones who do their own research, which I love. I love when people say that. Have you seen the Pete Davidson text that got released in Kanye? That's old. Have you seen it going viral? What is that? It's Kanye talking shit. Of course he is. He's talking shit. Kanye goes, oh, cussing now? Where are you at right now? He sends a picture of next year. Why? Yeah, he goes, where are you right now? He goes, in bed with your wife. It's awesome. People are like getting mad at Pete Davidson. I'm like, well, I get it. Well, I changed it back then. People saw it as like, fuck Kanye. And now before it gets so crazy, the narrative actually changed on it because now it's fuck Pete. Yeah. What, a couple years later. It's so exhausting. But that's a good comeback because Kanye was clearly kept fucking, but he kept fucking shit up with the song to him, so you scroll at you. He was calling him Steve. He goes, yo, Steve, can you please take a second and calm down? It's 8 a.m. and it don't gotta be like this. Kim's literally the best mother I've ever met. What she does for those kids is amazing, and you are so effing lucky that she's your kid's mom. I decided I'm not gonna let you treat us this way anymore. I'm done being quiet. Grow the F up. And then Kanye goes, oh, you using profanity? Where are you at right now? He goes, in bed with your wife. Picture. For sure, show a picture of Kim, though. So there's a lot there. Yeah. I'm not gonna read all that. It is crazy. It's like I'm mad at Pete. It's like, did you know the shit Kanye said to him? Yeah. Put him in songs, make him put him on. I mean, more than that, too. It's like people coming around and shit. It's like, a little dicey for Pete. Pete also was like, why don't you man up? Make me a person. Let's see how this goes. Yeah. But to be like, hail Hitler, and then to also be like, don't use profanity. It was crazy. I just think I got no sympathy or time for it. What you got, Chester? I guess it was fun time so far. We're a little late. But you want to just let's do one more rapid there. Yeah. You want to do this one? No, we can wrap it. Let's wrap it, buddy, guys. This was the episode called Shit on Brian, and I'll never go on that show. Where are you going to be this weekend, Brian? Buddy, I'll be in Greenville, South Carolina. What's in North Carolina? Friday, Saturday. And then I'll be in Port Charlotte, Florida. February 19th, 21, Denver, Colorado. My mom's doing that one. March 5, 6, 7. That's good. I'll be with you at that one. I'll be with Jay. Well, the whole family will be there. I'll be there on the 8th, too. All right. And you got some meets, too? Yeah, I got San Jose this weekend. Then Tampa. You said San Jose or San Antonio? San Antonio. Sorry. Man, you're right, bud. I know you. I said Santa Fe. All right, thanks, Santa Fe. Yeah. She's like, he got the name of the city wrong. Oh, wow. And there's a bit I go, she lost the first 3 fingers on her right hand. I go, she lost the first 3 hands on her right finger. Great job, Brian. We have San Antonio, Tampa, Naples, San Diego, and then Denver, Colorado. Naples. Yeah, off the hook. Dude, that laugh factor in San Diego, yeah, awesome. Is it? Oh, it's so good. Nice. And then Charlotte, I'm hoping for, too. Love it. All right, kids. Nicholas, where do you have any dudes? I'm also Brian. Brian and Chris. Yeah. All right, kids. We'll appreciate you coming on, dude. Gotta do it again. Yeah, gotta do it again. Whenever I knows this Iron Kid, we're out. I just have to warn you guys, please take some last minute insurance out on your phone so you don't break your screens and that sort of thing. I don't want to be to blame for it. Essentially, you play the game, you throw punches, you use those punches as bucks. If you're here to support the stupid MFs, then you want to punch for them. And vice versa. We got King giving me the thumbs down. You'll get here in a minute, buddy. If you're here to vote for the Cushlings, then, play the game and throw some punches for the Cushlings. This will go in 90 minutes, actually, for less than that now. So at 9:45 Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be calling this a wrap. We got Bob over there checking the scores, giving us the updates on the fight. During this space, there's a bunch of giveaways. So if we're going to go to that
right now, before I give it to the giveaway lady herself, Marla, I think she's done with her cigarette break. And she's going to be walking through the very first poster from the Jumbotron, which is all the giveaways that we're doing tonight, which I think it's like $25 or something like that to show everybody how they're able to get on those giveaways. Meantime, you can play the game right here in this space. However, there is a little malfunction with the being able to add your name to the leaderboard if you're playing the game through the X browser. So you can take that link and you can post it in your favorites browser, whether it be whatever on your phone. It is a mobile only game, so if you want to throw some punches, you can get on there on your phone and get up on the leaderboard. I mean, doing a lot of giveaways. One of the giveaways is screenshot your score and throw it in the space comments down here. Marla's going to be talking about that and lots of other stuff. Marla, sorry, I'm not going to step on what you're about to talk about. So you're going to go to the very first post here on the Tumbo and talk a little bit about how to get involved in the giveaways.
Yo. So, like Tyler said, we're going to do things a little bit different tonight for the giveaways. So Tyler actually created a wheel. So I'm going to go through the giveaways and then we'll talk about how you're going to sign up for the giveaways, obviously. Okay, so you'll get $5 in silk tokens for the best crypto coin plus meme and a space comment and the meme generator is posted below. And then you'll get $5 silk token for max engagement on the space, so like, retweet, and tag someone. And then you'll get $5 in the silk token for the best PFP meme. And yep, Tyler made a PFP meme tool, so that one's in the link as well. And then $5 LFTO token for the best LFTLT. So all these will go in the space comments. Like I said, there's a link in that first post that says giveaway link. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on that.
I can walk through that if you want to.
Okay.
All right, thank you. This music just trying to get a little Marla vibes out there with some background music when you're talking about it.
Or do you want me to give you Marla background music for like in a minute every week? It's a little more rougher than that.
So here's what we're doing with all the giveaways.
Yo.
We're trying to streamline the giveaways. So there is a wheel. It's one of the links on that very first giveaway post. It says giveaway link. That is a live wheel that during the space, if you do some of the things that make us so mean, put in the comments, make a max engagement post, make a PM meme, LFTM meme, all of that stuff. You do any of that stuff, you click on that giveaway link and then say who you are and what you did. There's a little drop down menu and then hit the submit button and then it will send it over to Marla and she'll submit on the wheel. So we're trying to streamline this process. Also, one of the biggest headaches is getting wallet addresses for people to send it. So this is something that we're doing. You also post your copy and paste your wallet address. It's pretty self-explanatory. You just click the button that says I want to play while you're in that link. And we'll be taking submissions throughout the entire space and picking winners at the end as a randomization wheel thing. We'll spin. It's going to be tons of fun. I'm excited for everybody to see how it works. And that's something also that can be viewed right here in the space. So we're excited about that. However, this is something that we'll talk about a little bit later, but one of the things to qualify for any of the giveaways is you have to be a holder. We want to show support to these communities, so the wallet that you submit, if you do any of the things to earn a giveaway, you have to either hold Silk token, pump mine virus token, or LFGM token in the wallets. And the reason for that is because, like these tokens that we give away they're tokens that we bought with our money, right? And we want to show people, when we're giving tokens away, we want to give it away to people that support us, right? And a lot of this was brought into the light, last week. It's like doing all these giveaways and stuff. Like I sent a giveaway to somebody, and I think it was the 6th or 7th giveaway that we had sent this person. reason this is a teaching opportunity for everybody. I've seen some thumbs down down there, but hopefully you're going to be bringing the vibe sick.
It's thumbs down like in the past.
Yeah. They sold what you gave on your price card, and that's the thumbs down for sure. Right. And the thing is, you know, and when I'm buying, LGO tokens, or I'm buying, because that's what we do in these big fights, right? We buy these tokens. It does nobody from any of these communities any favors when I'm just giving away tokens that I would normally for them to sell. You know, and so, you know, when you're showing up in these spaces and you're showing up for these communities, this is a learning lesson for all the people that have that sort of mindset where I get myself. That's not the right mindset to have. If you want to grow with the community, if you have a community that's giving you tokens, show some support by being a holder, whether it's $5, whether it's $1, whether it's $500, like whatever it is, you know, show some support. We obviously don't do any shame selling. This comes to the people. This mostly goes out to the people that are, you know, just takers. And extracting in that way is no different than any other sort of extractor. So if you are doing what you need to do to show up in a space, chill, like, retweet, make some memes and stuff in that community, you are there for a reason. Believe in them. Believe in their movement. Believe in what they're doing, and hold those tokens. And then, you know, when they get a little bit bigger, then, you know, take some profit. But, you know, for the most part, we just don't want to see like sell. That's nothing good, you know, for the communities. So that's one tip that we're making this week, which is a little bit drastic because we had given away thousands of dollars worth of tokens to just willy-nilly whoever we want to. And, you know, come to the realization that that doesn't really do people a lot of favors. But enough of that. We have the fight going on. I'm going to check in with Bob real quick. Can I get a score update on the fight and how that's going?
Did you 25, man? And Stu was winning it, and like it was 19-14 concussions and they came back. So let's keep it going, keep these punches going, and let's get her done. A little alcohol in the fight because we never done this before. More was gonna pop up in the beginning. You not hit her, it's gonna take away your points, and then right towards the end, more was gonna pop up. And if you get hit within, I think the seconds, Tyler, you get extra time added on. So, you know, we probably should have told you that before. Hey, well, no, you're on there, but yeah. I'll read it. I'll watch it, man. I'll read it. That's right. Well, and in all fairness, I did say both communities because when it comes to the white thing that was a live for anybody in the podcast. I didn't see a lot of practice punches. This is gonna be like legit live. We're gonna see what goes on. So I'm excited about it. But that said, we have four very special guests here with us tonight. We have the Stupid MFs. We got Stormy from the Cushionings. I'm reading them. He'll be speaking on Keith's behalf. And then we got the final Portline Virus versus LFGO. LFGO in the house. I'm telling you, Joey, you guys got your work cut out for you because LFGO is 3-0 in criminal fight. Well, 3-0 in a tie. I think that's right. So it's a pretty serious competitor up here. We're excited about that. I'm gonna go around the room now and talk a little bit about. We had King up here first. How's your day going, King? In your space earlier today, so good to see you back. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, what's happening? You know, it's Thursday night fight, my first fight night, but definitely excited to be here. My first actual assignment had me online fight, so I had to come, show some support, represent. It's all for fun, If you get anything bad comment, feel free to, it's all joking. It's all for entertainment purposes only. Obviously, you guys know I love the world, great community projects. And founders of the space, but just want to show my support.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. No, we would actually have a pretty good run. Which, even though it is a fight, a digital battle between community versus community, we've had nothing but great success thus far. it's when you interact with the other community and meet both of you, it's usually pretty special. This was a good one because I'm a big fan of the slow behavior communities. Huge fan of stuff. So I didn't put a picture of it, but you can click on the post and you can see it. That was a good beat. You guys see that one, Mom and Bob?
I'm here with the different browsers. So there's a lot. I mean, there's looking over. I'm in a different browser. Yeah.
That's so fun. Anyone is welcome to come up and chill. Of course, we want to make sure that we get some good shows by these communities. I'm gonna step over first to the communities that are actively fighting and give them a little break with their fingers on their phone and fighting. First, I'm gonna go to the stupid MFs. Here, if you're ready to speak, maybe it'd be a good idea to tell the audience.
Folks, look at this athleticism, and I'm really going to try to summarize this for you.
Welcome and glad to have you. These fun little premium matches. Excited to get you guys up here also. Back in the day, is when you guys were first starting out. One of the cool things was I loved it. I actually put it in between the timeline. Was in you guys' little stupid verse, your little metaverse you got going on. You actually had on a billboard fights that was going live. And that was amazing. I loved it that day. So tell us a little bit about what you got going on.
This athleticism. This one. Mark, that's good. Well, fuck not. Oh. Look. Yeah.
appreciate everybody. We'll speak for you. We'll get back to you so we can get us storm deals back.
Just a reminder, really quick, about the giveaway. If you want to qualify for the giveaway, go ahead and do one of the giveaways, and then you put yourself on the wheel. Make sure, like we said in the beginning, you're either holding soap, TMD, or LFCO. You have to be at least holding, I don't know, something of one of those tokens. Otherwise, you're going to be rejected. Then you can come back for a try again, I guess. Just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I actually should also see it as but you know, real people already got it. So thanks for the advice. The Bitcoin down there, appreciate it. Like, I see Josh and all these people. I know the trenches were dead today. What's going on? Thank you very much. Please continue to like, repost, do all this stuff. And we're gonna go over to Storm View. I know Latino's got his hand up also. He's probably got something. Let's go over to Storm View first. What's up, buddy? Tell us a little bit about the coach things and why they need to throw some punches. I mean, sliders. That's what we do. Come in, fight. I don't even fight, but I just showed like somebody was like, hey, we're doing a fight. I'm like, all right, we're doing it Thursday night. Let's get it. I don't even know what's happening. I just learned for the first time. You gotta do the game. And then I got it's hard to like be up here and play the game. And then like you rug and come back. But after the fight, I want to fight some more, but that was speaking, so I can't fight right now. Like, how many times did you play the game? You play it over and over and over. So there's 1 minute rounds, and every round your score is tallied up, and you earn a certain amount of punches, and if you use them. What's the score right now?
Just checked it was 65 to 67. Stupid amount still have it, man.
Did you guys like the lyrics? I don't know if you're paying attention, but I like a specific lyric on the student side. It was like, throwing punches first, thinking never. I love that one. Yeah, and that's just sometimes how you win. You just gotta just give it your all. It doesn't matter if you have it or not. And you guys are crushing us right now, so we got a separate game loading. But this is, dude, you guys are doing great. This is so exciting. Thank you. Platform here to, communities on each other, across. Yeah, this is awesome. Thanks. We love it, and that's what keeps us doing this every week. Is we have a ton of fun. Got Tito. What do you got for us, buddy? I don't know if you know this. Like, I know all about trading, but as far as NFTs go, storage cushions as well. I pretty much have about 1% of the supply that they have. I just love them. Yeah, I actually bought one today. That's the most outside I shared in my group chat. There was a fucking fleet on it. That was like a bog and a break. This is not, it was just disrespectful how fucking cheap they listed that shit. I was like, that's fucked up. So I bought that shit immediately. That ball is so sick. I was contemplating about buying the other one. I don't know, Pete Dave's wearing the shirt with the skull and the crossbones. And that was going for like $120. And once I saw the other one, $70. I'm like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, I got something for the Cushings crew. I don't think Storm has ever heard me doing this. Okay. I was hoping that the piece was taken. I was listening for a second. I was like, okay, it's recorded for a reason. You said that. Yeah, man. So Storm, King, DJ Queen, 32 Dreams, Brian. I see you guys. I wish I had more of that Cushings crew here. I'm not sure whether or not they're coming in the gym. They're coming in the gym, like, actually. Because I'm going to do this shit real quick, and then I'll go over there. So I think they're just actively doing shit. I go there, pass out. Ladies and gentlemen, something to come up here. Conflicts are here. Atomic army of Jack Killing warriors. Focus conflict collision driven with unstoppable swagger. These ain't soft NFTs. These are high energy personality backed beasts built to shake the universe. Led by none other than King Barry. The NFT Kid. Minimalist luxury, light fire, and knockout power straight into the NFT world. Fleshing out the art, the culture, the community, and the cosmic smoke to take over. This is rebellion. This is swagger. This is intergalactic madness. So I gotta ask you, brother, are you ready for the Fleshlight takeover?
Yes, the faith popping out of his neck.
Good news is I don't think he passed out. So that's great. I'm gonna let the coach things and get on the action, throw some punches. I'm gonna stop and we'll speak to them a little bit later, and we'll pick them up and chat a little bit. But I know guys are busy, so that said, got some other speakers up here, and then we're gonna go to the main event. So we got LTO and coronavirus. Just a real quick reminder, we do have a meme competition. If you go to the very first post up in the Jumbotron, there is a tool for the LFTO meme tool, and there is also for the coronavirus meme maker tool. So you can click on those, make some memes, throw them down in the comments, and get put on the wheel. There's a link to register yourself for the wheel. It's pretty easy, pretty self-explanatory. But we welcome everybody to enjoy that. We'll be doing spins for all the giveaways. I think we have 5 or 6 giveaways. I'm not really sure. We'll be spinning the wheel for all of those. You can view the wheel live through that link also. And when Marla, when she does the spins, everybody's going to see it spin live, and you can view it right here in the X. This is something really cool that we've been working hard on, and it's something that I haven't seen any other space doing in this way, other than the other community that we originally designed this wheel, which is WTA. They do something a little bit different, but it was so good when we built it. I'm like, man, we gotta use that. We gotta have our own regular wheel also. So I'm excited for the end of it.
And we want tons of people on there, so get yourself on the wheel. Before you move on, I just wanted to say hi to Crypto down there. So thanks for coming.
Anybody up here besides the 2 main projects we did? Wes was up here, right? Yeah, he's gonna say that. Wes, what's up? What are you manifesting tonight, buddy? How's it going, man?
Make sure you're following Crypto Mike Tweet Space if you already have not. Make sure you're contributing. Get those memes made. Trust me, that freaking meme generator that Tyler has built is fucking phenomenal. It's easy to use. So get on there, create your memes, give yourself a chance. That's something. I just want to say props for it. I love what you're doing as far as when you have decided to give away a token giveaway. It's absolutely genius because unfortunately the truth is there are a bunch of freaking motherfuckers in this space, and all they want to do is try to farm your shit and sell it as soon as they get it. So this is a beautiful thing that you're doing, dude, because there's so many pillars with it. I love it. I love it. I just had to come over here. Yeah. What's yeah, no, thank you. And what's unspoken a little bit is a lot of these people that are really hard workers for these communities, they never ask for the giveaways. A lot of times, like they'll earn giveaways for doing, making a meme or whatever. They'll have the best meme and win a contest or something like that. And then when I try to give them tokens, they're like, no, they're going to have to find save the next person. These are the people. These are the people, the holders, and the people that are supporting everybody on the timeline that deserve these giveaways. So, we're just kind of shifting the narrative a little bit that way. So, thank you. Thank you for the good feedback on that because, I encourage everybody to do and there's
a patient time for it. This one I'm kind of on from now on because we spent over a year now on a monthly basis. Rainy on the speaker panel. Thank you, Lens, for calling in. I do want to go real quick because I've been waiting patiently. I believe online virus was like the very first person in the space. So I'm going to go over to you and hear from those you and see if your walls together. You guys are the main event tonight. I'm really excited about it. Definitely, anybody participating in that is going to want to hear a little bit about the project. So, thank you for coming out. Thanks for joining the space. I hope you enjoyed the little promo video I made for you yesterday. Unfortunately, it was late. I had a crazy week. One of my houses started on fire, and that was crazy mess. So I've been dealing with that all week. Weather Manage, Mr. Manage, I think it was like 7 p.m. now before the space started. Then I got your guys' names finished up, and got all the space stuff going. So it's been tight, but we managed to go and tell us a little bit about PMP. Love it. You guys just completely annihilated the timeline of the video. I absolutely loved it. And once again, Wes from West Memphis from all the entire community, just a huge proponent for you guys and all the good things. After our call that we had, it was just like it was no brainer getting you guys in here. Quite club and part of the family now. So tell us a little bit about yourself and all those in the audience that haven't heard seen you guys in the time. Yeah, thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it. Appreciate your engagement from things like that. It is our first time on Fight Club. Am I supposed to get the live treatment or something like that? Yeah, we do that. We don't talk about that. We do it here. Great. The other thing is, I did see that turn on the moments. Yeah, we're ready to post lumber doctor. Early. Yeah, anybody can know that. Yeah, I didn't call in to speak right away because I didn't want to crack into a game. And I'm ready to go. 48 hours. But yeah, man, really appreciate you getting in touch with you. Thank you, Wes. Thank you, for all the and helping push us along in our start for the last couple of months. Some real awesome activity. Myself, I crypto class of 21 taught last year. Stayed around after that. Took over like UXT for a little while. That's really when I caught the online virus. And that's really the essence here, guys. Online virus is that thing that makes you keep going back to it every day. Keep chasing the game. Keep chasing the number in your portfolio. All the number that you have in mind, whatever it is, that gets you out of the 9 to 5, or send you on that family vacation, buys you the Bentley, whatever it is, right? The dream is three favors. We all come back daily chasing it. We come back on our holidays, we come back on our birthdays, we come back and like family events, we sneak off to check our phone or shit like that. Like that is online virus and it's driving our brain, it's driving the trenches. It's really the mindset that kind of has taken over of kind of chasing 2X and not wanting to do things like that. So that's where this meme kind of originates from. That whole idea that myself, like I love use this opportunity because I was a community builder and collaborator, like manager for about 3 or 4 years. Not just one ecosystem, a couple of different ecosystems. The Cosmos Stack so that's why I continue to grind and be a community builder because I myself, like, while I have always been in Atlanta, I got family, 2 kids, we have chickens. So like I'm pretty grounded in my life and happy with my life. This idea really is just something I hit me, and it was like I've been a community manager all this time. Long after being an entrepreneur, launched Drone Token, and I was always like, I'm never gonna launch something until I have a way of not selling out my community, until like dumping on people and not the only profitable way. And like it took some time to have the idea in me. It took a little time away from it during this last summer of 25, and I think that's why the idea hit me. And it was like, well, there's all these fair launch platforms and things like that where you can earn creators fees and stuff. And there's like gas to doing this. I don't ever feel like I'm doing something awful. And this idea isn't something that is just being launched for like the sake of launching it. Like this is a great moment. This has narrative. This has content I can create out of it. And like once the cascade of like thought process started, I was just like, fuck it, I'm going out the market right now and launching the token, right? Like there's nothing out there similar. There's no EMV out there on Solana right now. There's no like Wojak. Like there's Wojak and things like that, right? But there's nothing that represents what I was capturing with this meme. So I just looked for an F and watched it. Got the designs for the name of the meme, right? The main character here called the Patient Zero, right? The affected brain. It's a fun pill with DNA virus, right? Like virus guy or virus member. They really want to get into it. Not DNA, whatever, right? Like the idea is like fun, mutated online viruses that is exclusive to Tesla, right? You can eat people. That's a little bit of an antivirus strain, in my opinion. You can eat what's easy to do what the churches have done, what pipeline viruses have done. And I think the idea of our content is how we, like you said, man, how you hit it. Like we deem ourselves, we don't care about that shit. We think that's part of what these are supposed to be about. We're supposed to be making people laugh. When you see your shit on the timeline, it should make you smile or laugh. That's what you're about.
The reading caboose has arrived. I'm Conductor Clark.
And I'm Miss Janice. Hey, who wants to learn about the letter H?
I do.
Now, what can we do with the letter H?
We can hula hoop.
Or
Create a massive global hoax.
the nerd he's referring to is the Apollo 11 moon landing that supposedly took place on July 20th, 1969.
To quote Neil Armstrong, this is one small step for man.
One giant lie to mankind.
Hi, Picture Sam. Sam's been riding the rails ever since mean old Microsoft stole his formula for Windows 95.
Hey, Sam, I hear you've got a story for the kids.
I sure know, Miss Harris, and it's a real whiz banger. Once upon a time, there was a president named Kennedy.
I promised to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Mr. President, didn't you also promise civil rights?
That's another story, Trevor. I'll tell you before I go see Judith Exner.
Meanwhile, Thor and that NASA couldn't get a rocket into space.
They turned to Plan B.
I'm LBJs. The end of the decade is here, and there's still no Americans on the moon.
I'll help you, Mr. President.
Who the hell are you?
6X. Right.
You!
I'm Stanley Kubrick, and all you fools I learned while filming the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey to fake a moon landing.
And we're the mafia. And we'll fund your scam to build a secret sound stage in Las Vegas.
Good. While people think they're in space, we'll keep the astronauts busy with wars and gambling. Then we'll stay them off, or brainwashing, or killing. buys food all the time. Oh, Dad! Hey, Hobo Dad, how did you fly to the moon? With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary. Oh, Hobo Dad. Hey, that reminds me of a song. Hobo rocket ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be. Hobo rocket ain't what it appears to be because it was made in a kill. Thanks, Hobo Dad. That was fun, incredible. And the truth. So what's in the doorbell? Time that we have for now. We'll be back with more reading later. Until then, the most important part of reading is reading between the lines.
We just had a bunch of Cushing's, yeah, I'm actually really excited about it because this fight's been going on for just over a half hour, and it's already exceeded. We've only done one other of these prelim fights, and it was the 167. Was that wrong? Is that wrong? Was that? No, there's a bunch of punches just yeah, so the only other time that we've done one of these prelim fights, like actually during this space, was Joe Chain versus Jay Chains. And they're both face-offs, and I think their total score is less than already what this one is. So that's pretty exciting. It just goes to show that the stupid community and the stupid MFs and the Cushings are both here to fight tonight.
Hey, just because I'm not on the other side of the wheel, can you remind me what the drop-down menu is?
Yes. Okay, so when you're selecting add me to the wheel for our giveaway contest tonight, there's you select what you did to get on the wheel. One is I made a meme. The other one is I'm max engaged, which means like and retweeting, tagging somebody here in the space. And then the last one was I played the game.
That's where you know there was one for I played the game.
Yes. Yep. So if you are playing the game, just screen. You don't have to do it every time. You only got one slot on the wheel. Sorry, we'll try to keep it fair for everybody. Definitely screenshot your score in the comments. And then
I was working hard. I was working. There's so many things. I was working hard. I was working hard at my job. Get that shit off. Right.
yeah, how many people we got on the bus?
Now it's getting yeah. I really would.
Canby or LMCL. And then there's one more that just came through, so I'll check it out. There's two more.
There's so many. I was working hard.
Yeah, just click on that link. It's the very first post up on the Jumbotron. There's a giveaway link. That's how you get on the wheel for the giveaway site. We're doing like
if you have any issues or questions about how to get on the wheel, you can come up here and see what we walk through.
Yeah. I think it's for the most part pretty self-explanatory. Just there's a big fat red button that says I want to play. Click on that. This does not connect your wallet. Like I said, it just verifies some stuff these communities. And that's it. So it does not connect to your wallet or anything like that. So it's scan and verify. And let's between cigarette freaks verify that you can and we'll be doing it. Once again, don't quote me. You can get myself. I think there's giveaways tonight. And at the end of the space, after we kick off this main event, Marlon will be spinning the wheel. We'll see it live here in the space. Everybody can view it. And we'll be picking 5 winners. And, we only have one person on the wheel right now, so it looks like
So I just had to go back to the man, it was great, man. I went to the position and it's just excitement and you're finding that very difficult to be in conversation with people, also maybe with people and you want to enjoy or even stay in this space for a long time, you understand? So it's great what you're doing, and especially like the first time you do things with the space and they want to share as well. So I'll take it with you. And really, like my project to try to like and because you know it is like so
Attention Burlington shoppers. In January, we all know wine better with ice. Once you're on that, so once you go to some city lab, I could say that once you go to this water, what's the best part of shopping at Burlington? Buying everything, one stop shopping. That's right. Come on, Burlington is more than great. Clean bells, clean walls. And yeah, that's all. I didn't love you're in love. Not gonna bother to whatever I get. More than great. You're too freaking. I've been drinking water all day. But I need it. I'm running club. You have it. Yes. Yeah. Please try them. Attention, Mayor. Michael told me she can't come Christmas Eve. To anybody else from the Northeast threaten to call campus on their parents. I know we find your parking spot. We're gonna buy a bunch of we don't smell the sweaters. I swear when they're in a hole and I'm mad for no. I'm like, where's it go? My person. Thanks for we saw the help of all this. I know.
The world ain't all sunshine and rain.
Hey, here's our bike out. I think we're next year at meeting our families. I told you. We're going to a party like yeah, so there's gotta be and not me. No. Stuff in Cal a long time ago. It's only happening in not DC. No, it's not. Of course you can go. I got you a basketball. She said, the more the merrier. It's in your closet. No. Of course you can go. I got you a basketball. She said, the more the merrier. It's in your closet. It's great. We'll change some more nuts, but look. Who's in these days? And don't forget, age, just a number. Mary, my sister-in-law and I specifically agreed we were going to get this year. Oh, the kids. And well, that no good. As a nerve to bring up just a little something for you to the house yesterday. Trying to make me look like a dope. She was the one that said no gifts. She told not. She's a total freaking not me. I knew it too. I knew it. So you know what I did? I went right to the tree and I told her that box right there. That's for you. Please, Mayor. She thinks she's gonna get me. Please, Mayor. You know I'm looking for wrapped ready to go. Yeah, I picked it up yesterday at the store. And I got 5 more of those where that came from. Because if anybody thinks they're gonna get one up on me, Mayor, now how old is Sunday? Right. Anthony, you're only about to get the rest of the stuff out of the car, huh? Just what you want to be on with this story. Did you look with your eyes? You know, like that. I can't with this right. You know what? Did you take the pills upstairs? I'm so sorry. Did you take the pills upstairs? I'm so sorry. I wasn't so annoying yesterday when I was buying you the jeans, was I? Now, you want to make it to Thanksgiving next year? Anthony, the following program is called Big Job TV lately, and not the Coke Factory. No more. Just Burlington. I'm obsessed. Okay, tournament or something they're doing. They're giving away scratch offs and a chance to win free Wawa gas. That's what I said. I'll be there with. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Miss Diane. Thank you, Miss Diane. Watch. Here's the Proposal Street. Here, put your coat back on. Watch. We're crossing the street. There's cars. There's cars. Okay. Hi. How you doing? What I just said. If you coat up, right home. No, it's not ruined. Superman wore a coat. I need to keep blue earlier. Oh my goodness, you're such a scary ghost. Look at you. I can just see her. Oh, I miss that age when they couldn't talk back. I'm not eating that. I'm just touching it to make sure it's not poison. Oh my god, I didn't recognize you. These guys look so freaking cute. Oh, whole family is ducks. I know my costume on. I'm a mom. Scary, huh? Okay, so take off your mask. You're scaring the kids. See?
last time I checked, like a couple seconds ago, it was 211 and 263. The coach said he's got to come back, bro. We got to rally. Let's do this.
That's still pretty good. Still a pretty good fight. The first time in the ring, so that's good. We got Avatar here also, and we've had Randy Heather from Randy AI, the most recent fight winner. So thanks for the update on the score, Bob. Marla, how many people we got on the wheel for the giveaways?
I think we're still at 7.
Still at 7. So just a reminder, go to the very first post. There's a bunch of stuff we're doing for giveaways tonight. And if you do any one of those things, click on the link that is labeled pretty obviously the giveaway link. You do that and you can submit yourself to get put on the wheel to run those giveaways. And we pick all those winners here at the end of the space. But let's go over to, I believe Randy was here before Nomad, but we'll go to Nomad right after we speak to Heather here from Randy AI. Give me a break, Randy. How's it going? Tell us about what you got going on.
I have all kinds of shit going on. But yeah, it's fun to be here. I'm excited for this fight. It's actually like fun being on the other side of it now. Like, it's different. It's a different perspective. My thumb is still recovering, so I might be a little slow tonight with the punches, but
Well, good to hear you. Thanks for hopping into the space. Anything with Randy AI, new developments, things you got going on?
yeah, actually, I partnered with, I'm working on, it got postponed due to weather, but we're partnering up with a community college for the water wastewater program. So Randy AI will be in the classroom now, so that's going to be like a little pilot so I can do, get data and all that kind of stuff. Still have the NFT collection out. Already raised quite some funds. It'll be Randy Scholarship, because that's really what it's going to turn into. And I don't know, I'm looking up all kinds of stuff.
Nice. Always, you are one of the hardest workers here. I almost call you something, but that's disrespectful to women, so I'm not going to. Let me just say you're in a lot of spaces, and
No, I am, and I think if I like to learn, really, it's really just to listen and learn, and I always like to talk and meet new people, so that's, but I'm always doing something while I'm on here, and that's why it comes, I'll just put it in my pocket and just listen and learn, or,
yes.
that what is Randy?
Space server. Yeah, space server.
Yeah, that's
Somebody tag Randy. What are you doing? Okay, all right. Speaking of that, Speaking of that, we got one from We Gave It All that gave me a good reminder. I apologize, I've been super busy. If you do partake in our wheel at the end of the space and the giveaways that we got going on, I'm gonna shed a little light on We Gave It All community. They're the ones that gave us this idea, and the reason why we actually, you might have heard me speaking earlier about it, so we built a wheel for them. They do something called Spin Sunday, which we now host. They also do a spin on Tuesday, similar to our wheel, but what they do is nothing short of it's brilliant. It's brilliant. I enjoy it. So while the space is going on, I'm actually going to, I don't think I'm going to try to schedule another space so we can post it up there in the Jumbotron by the end. Invite everybody to Soul Spin Sunday, where We Gave It All has a really fun multi-community raffle. You know what? I'm just going to shut up about it and let Monk here tell you a little bit about what's going on. One of the first project community movement, whatever you want to call it, that is joined Crypto Fight Club. They've been here now with us for damn near close to a year, buddy. We go way back. And as far as crypto, we were pretty much born together when you consider that. So, what do you got going on today? How's life going on? What's WGA up to?
Good. Very good. Very good. I've got a little calls.
where you got the other information. The thing is, I like to catch them all. Right. This is new. Anyway, I was expecting some catch up. But yeah, that'd be great. Love to get some reminders for all of our people in here. And so a little bit about this is it's a community where I put all the it's fun. It's fun to get in. This is what we try to do to do. And the plan is already out. I think before we go, let's start looking at it a little early. But it goes a lot. You can get it, it's creative. And we submit it and selects 3 individual winners. So like takes 3% of the club. And then we have a 15% winner and a 5% winner. But also, if you come in with your community, you can maybe one other person and you get yourself at least 2 spots. You can put your community on the field as long as it's on. And then the requirements are very low to get on. But there's a separate wheel week. You get your community on the wheel. And then we spin that wheel to the side. Which community did 10% blood. We end up buying a community. And we've been doing this since April. And it's fun. Yeah, it's evolved from that. We've changed it up as we're growing. It's continued to evolve from here with our collaboration with the Play Club. It's getting better and better. But here's another aspect. If you never attach to get on that field as a community, you're automatically on the Tuesday. So that night is always spin. Everybody who shows up wants to play on the because you spin the wheel and then the community gets selected that night. Whoever wants to play, we actually put some action on the chart. Every 5 always. So it's a night, it's a call to action. Just a little bit of action. Yes, you gotta make it today, and still not really too good. What said you need to send Papa So give it a roll and follow so you can see on the timeline on Super Bowl Sunday when that's going to happen. Show up, bring a few community members, and see what that's about because that legit is so run away with it. Next week stranger things have happened. As bank punches, if you're holding punches right now, you got some in the bank. Now it's time to throw. So yeah, so if you don't know, you're really throw the towel. If you don't know, you never know because you are able to actually store the punches and not throw them all at once, up to 50. So maybe there's people that like a little bit. It's very possible. You never know.
I didn't see these. Did I buy accident?
Yes, you did. It wasn't an accident. Stop. I forget it, but you passed it, so I was talking about putting all my left numbers. You guys answered it in the correct time. I thought you could hear me. Good job. Okay, right. I have a little bit of blush on it. It's not. I'm not feeling it right on. 2014 was when she was. It was 2015. That's when I almost broke my 19-inch slap handle in my prison cell because he killed his fucking dickhead. And 2013 was the kind of jail. I remember that multiple games at Brad. I remember we went to San Fran. It sounds like a nice place. This year, we don't have maybe like a fan. We don't have a bridge, but we got this kid Walker, man. And he loves that similar. He's running through motherfuckers. Yards after contact, like that type of shit. He's fighting unworthy. So let's go see Hans. What else? The Bloodsport Fight Club. What? Yeah, I did. I wasn't talking about it. It's fucking something. It's an idea to fight another that wall or whatever. I have 37 bullets out of here. It was a fight club stuff. It's been all the soul in there. Guys, and we're here. So I'm going to pass it back to the fucking three beautiful people. No, it's actually Marla sent me a text message just a little while ago while she was here. And somebody that got on the wheel just bought some flight layers to get on the wheel. So, oh yeah, it's working. We love it. We love it. So,
I mean, it wasn't a lot, but
yes. Yes. So thanks to whoever that was. Thank you all for doing this. I appreciate it. We have how many minutes? Who's going to screenshot this?
I'll screenshot it. I'll watch some of it. Or I'll hit it at 9:45. But yeah, 3 minutes left. So yeah, it looked like some stupid interrupts from making some punches though. So
Yeah. And that said, also, you guys both communities, both amazing communities. And I believe Stupid also has a meeting going. Thomas and Stupid. So maybe that's another project. We might get you there to might love to chat about that. In the back channels, continue with the back up here. Thanks for finding your way back to this space. Let's do a little pre-talk. If anybody wants to say something, cussing out, or in the space. At least one person. you guys are in our bank, the performance that you guys both used last night, in this little prelim match, I appreciate greatly. You guys are in my next projects to come back and let's roll it back. Maybe we'll see the stupid MMs, or the cushions and get some eventually. Maybe we'll have a grudge match, so many possibilities. It is official now, right? It is official. So we got the stupid MMs and the cushions. The stupid MMs take it 429 to 233. But like I said, I appreciate both communities and both fights you guys put up. Yeah, a little taste of what you got coming up. I know that old TM was all about it. But thanks for the participation. What do you think of tweet right tomorrow? When it hits it up, it's a little bit better. We'll talk about the little prelim match that we had in the space tonight. Yeah, thank you so much for the participation. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and maybe we come back again for a fight. Maybe have a little bit of strategy. It's kind of fun. Right now, we'll see some of the strategies in these communities to fight.
Thank you guys so much for playing this. The prelims are great. We started it recently, and those are some serious numbers for a prelim. Like for an hour and a half fight. I mean, that's pretty damn impressive. So, solo meetings, thank you guys for coming out. I'm definitely gonna invest. So, we love all the projects that come in and chill with the Fight Club, man. So, seriously, thank you guys. We got 14 minutes until the main event, baby. Let's do this.
All right, so that reminds me. That means I gotta get to work. I got to get the fight arena set up for the main event tonight, which is Pump Flyers. Pump Line Flyers. Excuse me. Versus LFGM. So Marla and Bob, you guys can take the stage for me for a little bit, and anybody else that wants to come up here, show chat, whatever. I got a few minutes to get the stage set up, and meanwhile, I'm gonna change my Twitter and talk about my drink. And I'll be right back. Appreciate you guys.
I said not have to change.
I know. Rabbi.
Go ahead, baby.
Rabbi, you there?
Yes, sir.
Rabbi, I found out how you become a rabbi.
Okay. It's not like a secret.
Yeah, you get him by a raccoon.
Okay. Why is that?
No, it was just a video I watched.
Okay. Did you happen to go to the club yet?
What?
Are you at the club?
It's not open for another 6 hours, but yeah. I'm in the area.
Okay. And are you ready to lose?
I what?
Everything except comedy?
I can play one game, whatever.
Dog, you're gonna fucking jerk yourself off raw. You know it. You're gonna be down 3 holes and you're gonna fucking quit. I'm like a battered woman with you. Like I keep thinking like, oh, he's gonna improve. He's gonna improve. And it's the same shit every fucking time. Ass kicking. You have an invitation and we're all waiting on you. Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Look how amazing this shot. Zoot, look how amazing this shot is. Zoot.
I give that 8.5.
Thanks, baby.
Hit my ball.
It looks like you flash out at 8.5.
Okay, I agree.
No, I think you're in a better position.
What are you gonna do here, big dog?
Rabbi, who's in a better position, me or you?
Zoot, you fucked me.
Oh, that is not true. I don't think that was your best option.
I don't either, but I tried. Zoot, what's it feel like to have a one-stroke lead? Dude, I hate this hole.
It's tough.
I hate this
We
hole.
suck at this hole.
We are terrible.
Oh, no, I fucked up. I don't think that's a bad shot. Yes, yes. How's it feel being down 2 holes? No.
That's what I like to hear, Zoot. That's what I like to hear.
I told you I'd be. You know what we're going to get next?
What are we getting next, Zoot?
Have that farm one where you have to get through this. You have to get through like the two like slides.
I don't know what you mean.
Like it has 2 slides you have to get through. The farm has 2 wheels as well.
Well, you have to show me. Zoot, I'm down 2.
Okay.
I'm down 2-0. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of the game. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of the game. So, do you reckon?
Well, I did one of the worst shots you can do on this hole.
So did I.
How did we have the same shot?
I don't know.
You're in a slightly better position. I'm not be able to get it.
No.
I think you can get it in. And guaranteed victory. Rabbi, I won.
I know. I want you to keep that mentality.
Why would you do that?
Why not?
Because I just took away.
Zoot, you might have a perfect game. You might get a perfect game against me.
Oh, no. Yeah, that was some bullshit. Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
how does it feel?
Not good. Not good. I have to prevent a complete loss.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, I hate this one.
Yeah, I couldn't predict that.
Is this the one you were thinking?
Rabbi, do you think I was watching the step back?
You might have a chance at it.
No, I'm not going to touch that. Rabbi, I want 3-1. Rabbi, do you think I'm playing terrible right now?
Oh no.
Bring that shot out of town.
0. Zoot. Zoot. You have a 1% chance at a perfect game.
Yeah, I haven't serious.
Baby. Zoot, we're gonna leave it at that. I want you to be in a positive mood.
What's a game that I always think about?
None of them. Zoot, are you excited?
I'm excited.
Are you excited?
I realize if I win and go to nationals, win nationals, all it takes for me to do one tweet and you go viral.
Yeah, dog. So you're doing it for both of us, baby.
When do you think you go viral?
As soon as you tweet, baby.
Rabbi,
Yeah, big dog.
I want to retire some stand up for years.
Zoot, get out of here.
Why?
You're not even a stand-up comedian like it's a profession. You've made exactly $0. You've made exactly $0 in being a stand-up comedian. So, like, you're not. That's not a career right now.
How much was that?
What's up, baby?
How much you made from streaming?
Actually, more than you have. I do make some
How do you make money streaming?
through Rumble.
How much you make from?
Like a few cents per stream.
Did you bridge the payout? Huh?
Yeah,
How much you get paid?
$69.
So why don't you? How much? How much would you give me, right? How much would you manage to stream that Rumble exclusively? And you just did a stream on Rumble every day.
$0. $0 more.
How do you get paid?
You start a channel, and then they start paying you for every hour you stream, depending on the viewers. And then if you put stuff in your profile, um, their advertisers pay you.
Who's the biggest streamer on Rumble?
I am.
I don't know. Who's the highest paid streamer on Rumble?
Rabbi Rothschild.
Andrew Tate.
No one knows who that is.
The whole world knows who Andrew Tate is, unfortunately.
No, they don't. Zoot, do you want me to tell you what I think your top stand-up routines are?
I don't know how to emphasize this on camera.
Dog, do you want me to tell you what I think your favorite subjects are? Kanye West, children, Jeffrey Epstein, Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, autism, ADHD, Hitler, and Dave
Down
Chappelle.
syndrome.
And Dave Chappelle. What were you gonna say?
Down syndrome.
Yeah, I mean you can kind of include all that shit. Is that not accurate, Zoot?
Yeah.
Told you, dog. Zoot, go get him, dog. You're gonna win.
Yeah, I'm gonna start.
You're gonna you're gonna do really well. You're gonna kill it, baby.
It's a perfect shock absorber. Wind or waves push the ship. They aren't pulling directly on the anchor. They're trying to lift this immensely heavy chain off the seafloor. All that energy is spent fighting the weight of the chain. The curve straightens out, absorbing the shock like a giant rubber band. By the time that force actually reaches the anchor, it's been dampened so much it's just a gentle tug.
You think Zoot could win? No, not if the people have ears. I mean, I guess. If they, Yo, dog, has Twitter Spaces usage gone down or up in the last 3 years? No, dude, this is so stupid. Has Twitter Spaces usage gone up or down in the last 3 years? When was the highest month ever? Has Twitter Spaces gone up or down in usage over the course of the last 3 years?
I want to tell you guys if you guys were talking, Bill was just lying, and it pissed me off. He was lying, and like Karen was commenting, and he was like saying she want Karen. Sorry, what?
Yes, he will.
Yeah.
Trying to do one thing peacefully, regardless of anything with Meredith. She was not the one that did anything or said anything to hurt anybody's family. Nor did she.
It would
Athleticism, really unprecedented. Is it the most unprecedented athleticism in the universe? Without a doubt. Look at this move. This shit sucks.